Good evening and welcome back to the second session of the 6th Advanced GMP Workshop 2021. It was a phenomenal day one where we heard from the regulators on remote inspections. We also covered topics on root cause analysis and investigations, nitrosamine impurities and its evaluations. We shall move today on our next journey. I urge the participants to post more questions and make this virtual interaction alive. So our first session for the day is on recent advancements in lyophilization. Please welcome Mr. Prasenjit Dange, Sales Director India, Trekking Technology Limited, for sharing his thoughts on this. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, hi. So, good evening, everyone, and thanks a lot for IPA for giving this wonderful opportunity to, present on this platform. I mean, this is my first time to join my hands with IPA, and it's privilege to be the part of this. Today, yes, I'm going to do the presentation on our recent development on the freeze drying processes, and also covering some additional topics of what are the new developments and the case studies we are doing on the formulations as well. So next slide, please. So I'm going to run this presentation through the four parts, which is majorly of, first two parts is focusing on the advanced formulations and developments. So what are the new, technologies we are adapting in the advanced formulations? And in the second part, of course, with these advanced formulations, how we are going to use the freeze drying technologies and the research on that. Part three, we are going to cover some case analysis on basis of this, and part four will be some pad tools and the latest configuration for the lyophilizer as a machine, what we can, adapt with this. Yeah, next slide, please. So so part one I'm going through, which is like the current demands of the any healthcare industry today, and the focus of the entire research of the formulations which is going on in order to have improved availability of the drug substances and the medicines all across the world, and also the prolong the time of the effect of the drugs for the individuals, and also achieve the targeted positioning of the drugs, so that we get the very targeted like kind of effect of the drugs for the individuals, and also the reduce the focus of any poisonous effect of the drug substances available. So, yeah, next slide, please. So basically, nowadays the recent developments towards the formulations developments is going towards the microparticles, microspheres, and microcapsules, which are widely used as a constituents of the multi-particulate drug delivery systems, which is offering both the therapeutic and the technological advantage. Microparticles are generally in the range of 1 to 1,000 micron in the size ranges, and that serves as a multi-unit drug delivery systems with a well-defined psychological effects. And in order to improve the effectiveness, tolerability, and patient compliances, so microparticles, microspheres, and the microcapsules are common constituents of the multiparticulate drug delivery systems, which is offering the numerous advantages based on their structural and the functional abilities. Their application is suitable for convenient and tolerable drug administrations via several routes. So depending on the formulations, they can be incorporated into different pharmaceutical doses, which is like, solid in form of the capsules or tablets or sachets, or in terms of semi-solid, which can be gels and creams, and also in the liquids, which is solutions, suspensions, and even the parenterals. Uh, yeah, next slide, please. So basically, as I said earlier, the microsphere actually is a particle which is either a homogeneous or a heterogeneous structures, which is depending on the pharmaceutical process. A microsphere is a kind of matrix which is completely homogeneous dispersed and either dissolved or homogeneously suspended. In terms of microcapsules, the microcapsules are heterogeneous particles where a membrane shell is covered by a shell surrounding the core of forming reservoir. So there are methods of how the particle formations are done. These particle formations having possessing a lot of methods how we can make that. So there is a method like air suspension method, space drying method, conservations, and the freeze drying is also one of the method which can be utilized. Now in air suspensions, it's nothing but we can call it as a fluid bed coating, where there is a great advantages in that during the process the particles suspend in the air as an inert gas, and the steam in constant mixing, it's relatively independently from each other, and then it forms the particles. Whereas in spray drying is widely used as an industry for microencapsulations for volatiles, probiotic, viable cells, having multiple advantages like there is uniform particle size, all steps are carried out in one apparatus, and use of the organic solvents and capabilities of encapsulating heat liable materials as well. However, freeze drying is also one of the successful method which can be adapted in the microencapsulation of the protein APIs. Of course, freeze drying is one of it is very high cost kind of a process, but despite that, the advantageous process for the heat sensitive molecules. Now, in the given figure, we can see that there's a calcium alginate microparticles, which is after freeze drying in figure B, it becomes like this. And after reconstitutions in the figure C, it is shown in that way. Yeah, next slide, please. So there are multiple advantages and disadvantages of the microspheres or the microparticles in the industry. So I have already listed it down, but I can majorly focus on the advantages, which are like the microsphere has the ability to blind and release the high concentration of the drugs, and it can be directly injected into the bodies, and it has a controllable variability in the drug release and degradation, and it is also like constant and prolonged therapeutic effect it is possessing, which also in turn reduces the dosing frequency required and thereby improves the patient's compliance. Of course, it is having some kind of disadvantages that it cannot be chewed or crushed, and there is a difference in the different dosages for the releases of the drugs. So those are the kind of advantages and disadvantages of the microparticles and microspheres. So with this, I mean, this is a very brief, not very brief, but just overall descriptions over the microparticles, because it's a vast, big subject. Let's go to the next slide. We will start with the next slide here. Yeah, that is part two, which is like, freeze drying process technology, research and development sharing. So basically, we are going to use, we will cover up the important parameters of the freeze drying processes, the process effects on the drug, protective agents, and the devices which can be utilized to measure the important parameters of the freeze drying process of the drug. Yeah, next slide, please. Hello. Yeah, so basically, as a freeze drying, as a process itself, it is having the low protection mechanism what we have to adopt, because as I said, freeze drying process itself has a variety of stresses on the drugs. Now, these stresses can be, differentiated as the low temperature stresses or the freezing stresses or the drying stresses, and these stresses can result into formation of the dendritic ice crystal, or increase in the ion concentration and the change of the pH value and the phase separations. Now, in order to protect those kind of stresses through the freeze drying processes, we can use some kind of the protective agent which plays a role in nullifying it. So protective agents for the active substances which are usually added to the drug formulations. Now, protective agent must possess the certain characteristics like the high glass transitions temperatures, poor water absorptions, and low crystallizations rate, and also no reducing group. So those are kind of, the kind of uh, like characteristics the drug substance, like the protective agent should possess. So there are some kind of a protein common protective agents which are available, which are used for this, and those are differentiated as like sugar protocol, polymers, and as anhydrous solvents, surfactants, amino acids, and salt and amines. These are the different kind of protective agents which are used in the in the protective agents format. Yeah, we go to the next slide. So as a freeze drying process, there are certain parameters which are very, very important for the, as a complete cycle. And we need to always try to understand for certain characteristics of the drugs while doing the freeze drying. So few of the parameters are detection of the collapse temperatures and the glass state transition temperatures. So collapse temperatures, I mean, which is one of the critical parameters for the setup of the lyophilization process in the because at this temperature the material either melts or gets softened so that it cannot support its own structures and begins to flow. This is the reason the substance should be kept always below the collapse temperature while doing the primary drying in the lyophilizer. However, too low of the processes below the collapse temperatures will lead to the unacceptably slow progress of the complete cycle. Therefore, it is important to know what is the value of the critical temperature. For crystalline systems, the maximally tolerable temperature corresponds to the eutectic melting temperature. Only below the point is the system completely solid, but most freeze-dried formulation contains the amorphous phases. And in this case, the collapse temperature is very close to the glass transitional temperature as well. In many cases, the collapse temperatures is slightly higher than the glass transistor temperature, which is the exact difference between the both of the temperature is very, very small. So it is very important to have the determination of the collapse temperatures and the glass transition temperatures for any freeze drying formulations. Yeah, next slide, please. So there are very many methods available to determine these kind of particular characteristics of the drugs. So one of the method is freeze drying microscopy, which is as shown in the figure, in the picture, is highly valuable technique for studying the behavior of the formulations during the freeze drying or determining the critical product temperatures. Now this freeze drying microscopy, it works somewhat like a miniature freeze dryer, where the sample is frozen inside a small microscopic chamber by using the liquid nitrogen. And by applying the vacuum, the temperature is gradually increased, which is we known as a drying process. And then the samples start drying. During this temperature RAM, the sublimation front is observed and recorded through a microscope. Now, changes in the dried layer can use to determine the state of the systems, whether amorphous or the crystalline, and the collapse temperature of the samples can be determined with this. So this is one of the instrument which can be used for determining the collapse temperature. Next slide. Another instrument is the DSC, which is we also call differential scanning calorimetry, which determines the glass transition temperatures. Now, DSC is an instrument which is designed to detect the changes in the specific heat of the materials as it takes place while passing the glass transition. So many lifeless products stay in an amorphous form of after drying. As water shows a softener effect, the glass transition temperatures of the amorphous phase is directly related to the entrapped residual water content. Thus, ESC can be furthermore be utilized for determining the drying status of the materials as well. So not only like finding the temperature of like glass transition temperature, but also we use this as finding the drying of the product as well. Yeah, next slide, please. Now we are taking these kind of parameters which are used there for any kind of formulations for the freeze drying, and using all these above parameters, processes, and implementing into the low temperature protection mechanism what we were talking earlier. We have advanced study done with the client's expectations. So here we have taken paclitaxel, which is also known as a Taxol, uh, which is a best natural anti-cancer compound, also known at the start of the research. of the anti-cancers. Now, paclitaxel has a novel and complex chemical structure as shown, and it's a wide range of significant biological activity and new and unique mechanism for the action. Now, in this particular case study, the sample offered by the customer was a liposome suspension with a particle size of 150 to 160 nanometer containing paclitaxel and 3 halos. Now, the expectation of the customer was the average particle size of the product after freeze drying should not exceed 15 nanometer, and DN should be less than 400 nanometer, and PDI does not increase significantly, and moisture content after freeze drying should be less than 2.5%. And the expectation of the freeze drying complete cycle was less than 6 days. Now we use particular 50 ml vial in this case with a 20 ml pre-low volume, and with available methods and all these temperatures, what we could determine with the use of the parameters where you can see the collapse temperature is at 21.5 for 21.4 minus, and eutectic point is minus 28.83, and glass transition temperature was minus 28. With this, we have adapted the cycle, and then can you go to the next slide? Yeah, so we applied this particular recipe in the freeze dryer, where you can see the recipe on the right side with freezing done at minus 10 for 5 minutes, then another freezing for minus 10 again for 30 minutes hold, and then going for the freezing again at minus 40 temperatures for 5 minutes as a ramp and 4 hours as a hold, then going for the vacuum and the drying. So this particular recipe was applied for the same product which was given by the client, and according to freeze drying recipe, we started the cycle, and we got the results as shown in the left side in the picture. Now with these pictures, actually the conclusions what we have, can you go to the next slide? The conclusion is the sample was completely lyophilized, of course, and the moisture content was 0.93%. The lyophilization cycle was 69 hours in total. The product bottle has a powder crystalline but not uniform in this case. And the average particle size of the product was 17 nanometer after lyophilization, and DN was 380, and PDI was significantly amplified. So this was the results of the first recipe, I mean, with above result cycle, where the average particle size of the product after the last freeze dry was greater than the customer demand. So we adapted another cycle, which where we have focused on super cooling and quick freezing mode. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah. So in the next second, cycle, what we have adapted, that we have adapted this super cooling and quick freezing mode, which is help in retention time and make the product crystal and more delicate. So we applied this new recipe, and the photographic in this new recipe, yes, the freezing was done at minus 15 and also gone much deeper in minus 50 as well. And the whole time was even a little longer. So with this particular cycle applied, we got the results as shown in the left side in the picture. And the conclusion we can take from this, next slide please. The sample was completely freeze-dried and with a moisture content of 1.60%. And the freeze drying period is 66 hours. The product is easy to take off the bottles, and the crystal is fine and uniform. So after freeze drying, the average particle size of this particular product was 13 nanometer, which is less than what customers expected. And D90 is 380, and PDI is not significantly enlarged. So this is particular case study we have done for the low temperature protection mechanism. So these are the parameters which we could use and apply for the latest freeze drying technologies, and try to reduce the stresses on the product as well. With this, we go to the next part, which is the case study at the customer client, where we have used the particular mechanisms, and we have set up the machines also according to that. Can you go to the next slide? So this particular layout which is showing is a complete setup of the machines from a complete wildlife, from washer to tunnel, and then the while filling, half stopping, then lyophilization, full stopping, and then the capping machine. At the same time, We have also applied the same particular mechanism, and same particular layout is also adaptable for doing the API injections process as well. Whereas if you go to the next slide, there is one more layout where we have, next slide please, where we have a complete line with the 4 different lyophilizations and lyophilizers in place, and which can be used for a complete liquid freeze drying processes. Yeah, so this is about some case studies we have done, and then we go to the next part, which is the last part of PAT tools and the latest. Next slide, please. Yeah, so latest PAT tools available in the market, and for the development of the lyophilizer. So yeah, go to the next slide. So this is like our setup, what is available in the market, which is Trucking Side Technologies and Romaco's joint manufacturing for the lyophilizers and filling machines under the isolator. So process technologies, go to the next slide. So process analytical technologies are introduced in pharmaceutical engineering, and it's a purpose to monitor the quality of the element of each processes. And yeah, so there are certain different technologies available which is used for significantly, optimize the product, optimize the cycle, and reduce the downtime, reduce the preparations of the machines, and also the cycles. So go to next slide. One of the available technology is available, which is called MKS inline process monitoring system. Now this is particularly a system which is used for this is an instrument basically which is used for giving the different composition of the gases inside the chamber of the lyophilizer. So once you install that, and you can adapt the technical advantage of it to determine the different concentration of the gases available inside the chamber. So there are also it can be used for the vacuum leak detections before the start of the cycles, and also the drawing endpoint live cycle verifications as well. Go to next. So in this particular things, we can also see that this kind of MKS instrument can be used for silicon leak detections during the lyophilize production cycle. And also it can be used for refrigeration gas leak detections, also the system leak detections. So this can be used not only for determining the gases, but also for determining any leakages available inside the chamber before the start of the lyophilization cycle. Go to next. There are sensitive monitoring of water concentration, which is used for the optimizing the process and verification of the endpoints. So MKS in turn can also give you the concentration of the gases. At the same time, it can be also indirectly can be used to determine the end of the drying process. Go to next, right? So once you adapt this MKS inside the lyophilizer, this is kind of a SCADA, which is looks SCADA of lyophilizers, where you can have this RGA test, which is shown in the middle. If you click this button, you can adopt this MKS instruments inside the machine, and you get the results of the different composition of the gases automatically on the screen of the SCADA, which will be shown in the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, so in this slide, basically, you can see there are different, concentration of the gases shown for H2O, silicon oil, and different masses. So these are the advantages of this particular gauge can be used for determining the compositions of inside the chamber of the lyophilizer. Another instrument which is available in the market. Can you go to next slide? Which is the TDLS, which is tunable diode laser absorption spectrometry. Now, this TDLS is working on the principle of the flux measurement, which is combined with the knowledge of the spool cross-sectional area, which provides the determination of the water vapor flow in grams per second and exiting the product from the drying chambers. So this is the flow measurements are integrated during the product drying cycle, and to provide the determination of the total water removed. So in this, basically, we can understand what is the total gas, total mass of the water vapor has been taken out. Go to next slide. So these are the different curves available, which is showing the different velocity of the mass flow during the different state of the freeze drying cycle from the chamber. So TDLS is very useful also for understanding the total mass flow, and also can be utilized for getting the total drying steps, the end of the drying as well. Yeah, go to next. Now, how to apply this TDLS in the Lyo cycle? Like when the chamber is already under vacuum, then the sensor will show the zero or any. There is no speed of the water vapor. When you once you start, then you have to just stop the data recording and start the H2O mass flow flux points. Now the sensor will automatically calculate the H2O which is removed from the beginning of the drying. It can be easily integrated in the Lyo SCADA, and it will give the results. Comparing these kind of technologies with existing thermocouple and R&D technologies or the pressure speed measurement technologies, these above techniques are not directly measuring the mass flow or cannot be only used as a terminal detection method. However, PDLS and MKS can be very useful for the entire process. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, there is another method which is we can adopt in the new lyophilization available technology is the dual cooling cycle system, which is using the silicone oil for cooling down the shelves as well as the condensers, and which is having good results on the uniformity, and also the energy adjustments can be done. So these are the advantages available with the new technologies of dual cycle cooling systems. Go to next one. This is another method, like which is another development in front of the automatic loading system, because yes, the current automatic loading and loading system is having the pusher in the front, which is having the bellow as well. The cleaning of that bellow is quite challenging as per the regulatories as well. So now we have adapted these different structures altogether, where there is a two types of the pushers available. One small pusher is giving the small push of the wires to make the matrix, and once the entire matrix of the wires is formed for the entire shelf, there will be another pusher which will give the a complete push onto the shelves. So in this particular kind of development, we are avoiding the complete cleaning validations processes for the bellows, which is used for the longer pusher. So this is one development also in the sector available with the lyophilizer as a machine. Go to next slide. One more new technology, what I would not say very new, but it's already adopted in a couple of manufacturers across the industry, which is called fusion shelves. So these are the shelves which are, if you can see the blue color one, which is called the fusion shelf, is having the hollow baffle in between the shelves. However, earlier they were used to having the internal welding kind of shelves. So, there is a solid baffle in between. So in that particular region, there was no flow of the silicone oil. And because of the welding method, the thickness of the shelf was even bigger. Now, with the fusion shelves having the hollow baffle, the flow of the silicone oil can be everywhere. And also the thickness of the shelves has reduced down. So the brazing shelf is quite a very new technology, and very useful technologies available for the shelf of the lyophilizers. Go to next slide. So if we talk about the advantages of the brazing shelf, there are many advantages associated with that, which is like giving the increased flatness for the shelves. So basically, there is a hollow structure which is having the metal to metal bonding area, which is much better than the welded shelves, six times almost better than the welded shelf. And since you can, it's a hollow in the structure, you can put more baffles in the shelves, so which gives the more tougher strong shelves, and it reduces the risk of the non-alignment because of that. And since it's a hollow, so the 20% greater heat exchange area we are getting, because in case of the solid, there is no flow of the silicon oil through the solid areas, solid baffles. As I said, the tougher shells, there is improved performance against the load, for sure. And of course, there is a reduction of the weight of the shells, because these shells can be, slightly, I mean, lower in the width. Earlier shells, which was in the range of around 24 now it has been changed already to 18 of the width of the shelf. So because of that, what happens is the silicon oil quantity is also reduced, and then the power requirement for cooling and heating of the silicon also reduces. And it's also having the faster, response to the any kind of temperature requirement. It's also faster cooling down after the silicon sterilization cycle, and as well as the uniformity is better. Yeah, next slide, please. Now, many of us must have seen the effect of the frosting over the shell because of the welded structure. But if you go for the fusion welding, which is in the each picture you can see on the right side, there is no frosting effect seen on the shell, because it is having the uniformity and silicon oil passing through everywhere. So that kind of frosting effect is avoided in this. This is how we are manufacturing the shelf, as well as there is a also a method of welding the entire shelf's border. So that particular steps also we are taking very automatically now. There is no manual welding available. So if you go to the next slide, there would be one video will be played how we are doing the robotic welding of for the shells border. So I think the media should be available with studio. I think they can play it. Yeah, so that video is particularly showing the entire automation process, what we are adapting for manufacturing the shelf. I mean, of course, the fusion welding is something which is individual shelf is getting formed inside the complete big vessels, and then having the borders of the shelves to be welded automatically with all the automations and the robotic processes, which is we are adapting. So this is all brief about my presentation about the latest developments in the freeze drying as a technology. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. The video was worth watching. I mean, it's appreciate. I appreciate the technology, the precision used. I now invite Shirish sir to take up the question and answer session.
Thank you, Prasenjit. It was very nice
Thank you, sir.
presentation. While I think Sneha talked about it, looking at that film, I think sci-fi, as if we are watching the sci-fi film, something unique. I think it was great. So that
Okay.
technology has already come into the engineering field. I hope
It
those
is.
technologies will come to the pharmaceutical field also within short time. I'm sure about it.
Right, sir.
Thank you for elaborating on the newer advances like the microprocessors. What are the changes which are in MKS, TD last, dual cycle chambers, etc. Also on the alpha LS automatic loading systems. So, and also the new technology of the brazing for the improving the heat transfer. I think it was very interesting to know these things. I think there are a few questions come from the audience. First question is related to the, see, as pharma industry is looking for reduction, I think our cycle times in the lyophilizations are very large. It
Right.
varies from 24 hours to 72 hours to 96 hours to whatever time. I think 1 week also are not uncommon to see those things. Are there
Right.
any developments related to this to reduce the cycle time, to bring it to the, because currently also people adapt the trial and error method to bring out the, though there are some systems available to find out the cycle time, but the cycle time coming from those systems also is a large one.
Yeah.
So people still adopt trial and error. Are there any developments in this field related to the reduction in cycle time?
Uh, yes, sir. Thanks for a very nice question. Actually, yeah, there are multiple experiments I would say still going on in reduction of the cycle time and optimizing the cycle. So one of the factor which is in my presentation, which was shown, is the brazing shelf, which is also one of the part I can say in helps in reducing the cycle time as well, because the cooling effect of the entire refrigeration system with these kind of shells will be much stronger and very uniform, and the product behavior, the heat transfer is also very good. I have a sample of the shelf with me here. See, this is like a very unique. It's having the seamless welding here and very thin, so that the volume of the silicone oil in this particular shelf will be lower. So the cooling time required for the silicone oil and the heating time required for the silicone oil will be much lower, and the effect the temperature transmissions to the product also will be faster because of the thickness of the plate is little smaller. Like that, yes, this will definitely helps in reductions of the cycle time as well. At the same time, there are certain different methods which different industries are working on, as you must be aware as well, that they are working on the nucleation part. They are also working on the ice fog. Nucleation is a kind of phenomenon which is trying to control the heat given up by the product during the drying state. So if we see the curves at particular step, there is a smaller heat given up by the product while doing the freezing. I think in the earlier method we were trying this annealing method, where you are cooling down, then the heating a little bit so that the crystal can become bigger, and then again cooling down the product. So instead of annealing, we can have the nucleation kind of phenomena to introduce, so that you are forcing the entire chamber product to give up the heat at the same time, because in the traditional way the heat given up by the product will be different at a different particular, every vial will have its different heat exchange, and it will give up the heat at a different time. With a nucleation thing, you can also force to give up the heat at once for entire product, and this can also help in reduction of the timeline. Another phenomena is ice fog, which is introducing the ice fog inside the chamber and trying to force the entire product to freeze at one time. So yeah, there are different experiments which are going on to force the product entirely, and also to optimize the cycle in that way. So there are methods available, right?
Thank you, Prasenjit. There is one more question related to the continuous lyophilization. We heard that before few years back, some work was being done in continuous lyophilization.
Yeah.
Is any commercial models have come into the existence, or still it is on the R&D stage?
So those processes are still under R&D because those are not viable to put in the big scale lyophilization. It is very useful for the small scale or the laboratory scale lyophilizer, but putting it in the commercial and big scale lyophilization, it's still a challenge, and the experiments are still going on with that. Of course, that is the future of the lyophilization because, as you know, the entire cycle of the lyophilization is too long and it's very expensive in turns. So if we have the continuous lyophilization would be definitely helpful for the entire industry for sure.
Sanjay, what is the biggest lyophilizer? I know up to 50 square meter. Is there bigger sizes are available than this for pharmaceutical use?
Honestly, if we talk about our company in China, we have done the lyophilizers of almost 120 square meters. That is for the API plant. But if you talk about sending a machine out of one country to another country, you have a limitation of the sizes because of the vessels and all. So yeah, I mean, in India we sold up to 50 square meter already, and yeah, 50 square meter is quite available in the market. But yeah, for the API, you can have the customization done. For sizes, customization is always not a big challenge for the lyophilizer. It's a totally customized machine. So yeah, within China, we have done much bigger lyophilizers also.
I think there is one more question which can be clarified. Hariom Prakash Vishwakarma from Intas Pharma. He's asking, is the lyophilization process different from the freeze drying process?
No, it's one of the same terminology we are using, basically.
Different name.
Yeah.
I think that's all. Thank you very much. We are on the
Thanks.
time. Thank you very much, Prasenjit, for the nice presentation.
Thanks a lot for
Thank
the
you.
opportunity, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for an enriching session. It's great to know how freeze drying is being applied, combined with other techniques, and it can be useful in the pharma industry. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on, our next session is on advancements in continuous manufacturing technology. For this session, we have two speakers. So our first speaker is Mr. Niranjan Kotala, Head Manufacturing Science and Technology from Dr. Reddy's. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Sneha, and good afternoon, everybody. Glad to be part of this forum, and share thoughts on the continuous manufacturing, and I'll also try to share some of the experiences of the work that we have done at Dr. Reddy's, on few platforms. So we can go to the next slide. Yeah. So in this discussion, we will cover, an overview on the continuous manufacturing, the advantages, and the limitations of it. And a small section on the process simplification, which is actually an enabler for continuous manufacturing. Next slide, please. Yeah. So almost 2 decades back, the U.S. Congress, has identified a pharmaceutical continuous manufacturing, as a national priority technologies, and it has authorized the funding support for it. And also, to support this endeavor, it has created, ETT, Emerging Technology Team, within FDA, to assist the industry, in implementing, in getting them on board and implementing this, this initiative. So in the table below, we have a list of few products, and companies which were first, in adapting this, and getting a commercial approvals. The first products are from Vertex for cystic fibrosis. The followed by antiretroviral HIV medication, from Janssen, Progesta, and Eli Lilly, which is an oncology medication. So for all these products, these companies, along with the OEMs, they have tied up with subject matter experts, like CSOPs, and these MIT and Novartis initiative on continuous manufacturing. So they have leveraged their expertise, in in implementing these initiatives. So next slide, please. So coming to the advantages, this since this continuous manufacturing happens in a closed circuit, so the exposure of the powders to the patients, to the operators is consistent, is significantly reduced, and also there is less physical strain because we'll be using several conveyors and automated systems. And one advantage is the standardization, because of we use a highly automated process, and a highly controlled, a very highly defined product control strategy, where at a different stages during the manufacturing, these several process parameters are monitored through PAT tools. So this enables to produce, very standardized products. The another advantage is economies of scale. So this refers to a decrease in the overall cost because of the increased volumes. Okay, since we have a continuous process, the OEE, the equipment utilization will be significantly increased, and and the conversion cost will come down significantly, and these benefits can be passed down to the patients, who are the consumers of the product, and we can make affordable medicines. Since the overall equipment utilization time increases, this produces very high production rates will be possible with the continuous manufacturing. And coming to certain limitations, obviously, this is an advanced technology involving robotics, high precision controls. So the investment is high, and this requires, since a very precise controls, from end to end. So very careful, a lot of care has to be taken, during the design. So the companies have to work hand in hand with the specialist and the OEM. Even a small a flaw, in the chain can cause serious setbacks in the start times of of these initiatives. Since they are product specific, product type specifics, so we can only in a particular line we can only manufacture a certain type of a product. So it can hinder flexibility, in some cases. And since the production volumes are high, and if a consumer demand goes down, there is a risk of inventory buildup. So next slide, please. So in this section, we'll discuss about technologies which actually enables continuous manufacturing. This through a process simplification. So these will make the existing processes more amenable, to continuous manufacturing. By condensing certain unit operations, in the process train. So next slide, please. So these are certain platforms that we are working in Dr. Reddy's. The process simplification, and eventually we want to convert them into the continuous manufacturing processes. So even if we implement these, by themselves, without going even to the continuous manufacturing, we can yield a lot of benefits in terms of cost savings and time savings. But our ultimate objective is to simplify this and then convert them into continuous manufacturing for two reasons. One is the process control strategy for a simplified process will be much simpler, compared to a regular conventional process. So it's a ease of this operation, this thing. And another one is, even if we use them by themselves, it will, we can get the benefits. So if you see this, the flow chart on the left, this represents a conventional wet granulation process, a multi-stage a wet granulation process. So typically in a wet granulation process, we use about 20 to 50% of liquid, a binding solution. Okay, and we produce the granules, or the lumps, the wet mass, which are of a which has almost bimodal particle distribution. And actually, we go for wet granulation because we want to create granules, but we, after wet granulation, what we get are definitely of the sizes of much higher range. We get lumps, and some fines. It will be a bimodal distribution. So it goes through two milling stages of wet milling, followed by dry milling. And since we don't require the quantities of water that we have put in, the 20 or 50% water, we need a drying operation to dry off those excess water. Okay. So basically, if you look at this process very closely, during the wet granulation process, we will be overdoing it. And the following unit operations of milling and drying is basically to undo what has been overdone at wet granulation process. So our endeavor here is, instead of overdoing, can we control the process? So we just activate the granule growth, so that we don't have to go through the milling and the drying operations. So so this was our endeavor. So next slide, please. So what we did, we have selected certain materials based upon their functionalities, and to help in this single pot process. And the liquid, normally the quantities of liquid that we use a very high quantities of liquids about in a traditional process, which will lead to localized wetting and insufficient distribution. So we have used used a special, very controlled addition of this liquid through a creation of mist. So the water levels that we worked on is about 2 to 2.5%, so that we don't have to dry it. And certain materials that we have used will soak up even whatever that 2 or 2.5% material is there on the surface, and they will distribute across the the powder bed. So we have studied this on various compounds here, and for certain markets with less regulatory burden like India, we have completed validation, and the stability is ongoing. So once they are successful, we will commercialize this technology, and we are also working on some for some US and other products to use this, because almost 60% of our OSD portfolio it comes from wet granulation stream. And below, if you look at below, is a particle size growth of one of the product which does not have a very great solubility. So the bars in the purple is the particle size distribution with the existing process. When I say existing, it's a conventional process, and the one in the red is the one with the single pot. So we have conducted several trials, and and we could match the particle size distribution of these of both these processes. And the downstream operation performance, like the compression, the speed during the compression, the compressibility, okay, they are on par with the conventional process. Next slide, please. So the another platform that we are working on is because when we select a process, when we develop a product, our natural choice is to lean towards a direct compression process. But because of some challenges that we face, like like the flowability, we are forced to go to either a dry granulation or a wet granulation process. So here we have explored a platform where by using a different glidant grades and shear, right, can we make these processes which were earlier not amenable to direct compression, not to direct compression. So we were working on two effects, in the powders, by leveraging these glidants and the high shear. The one is, reduction of van der Waals force. So if the flow of the powder, it's actually a competition between the van der Waals force and the gravitational force. If the gravitational force takes over the van der Waals force, then the flow gets triggered, and we see, a flow, the flow of the materials. So by coating this very high surface area and low density grades of glidants, we are creating a distance between the particles and reducing the van der Waals force. And these by these glidants, and by using a different grade of glidant, this also actually will give a ball bearing action, so that these particles can roll over each other, and the flowability will be significantly improved. So here is a case of of one of our product. Traditionally we could not go to direct compression because it has a poor flowability. So we had to go for a top spray granulation. The API is a polymer. So by adding water, the flow has improved a little bit. But since we are actually adding water to the polymer, its compressibility got reduced. So for that sake, we were forced to retain almost 6% water in the formulation, for for the compressibility, for achieving compressibility. And because of this 6% moisture and the API being a polymer, after compression, due to the poor distribution of the water, we were seeing the bulging and the cracks over these tablets. Okay, we had several market complaints. So we have taken the same API, we retained the compositions, pretty much same, and we have introduced these glidants, and we have worked on this process. So this has given an excellent bulk flow. We could direct, we can convert this into a direct compression process. The compression speed has increased, and there is almost 75% reduction in the process times. And this complex process of several stages, now we have brought it down to 3 stages, so that if you want to take this into a continuous manufacturing, this is much more easy. And along with the process control, what I have said earlier, right, by condensing this unit operation, we'll have a simpler process control. And the another advantage is we don't have to invest that much of a money for the entire skid, because these continuous manufacturing skids are very expensive. So if you do, if it is just a mixing, compression, and coating, it will be much lower compared to installing the entire skid with the drying and milling stages. Next slide, please. So once we can simplify these unit operations, and condense these, we can go with the direct compression and coating, where these direct compression, they go work on loss on weight feeders. I think the next session is by Gia OEM. I think he will definitely touch upon this in a much deeper terms. So next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. So these are certain benefits. So by going, with this single pot or processes, we are eliminating, a lot of unit operations which are dust generating, and exposure, to the operator. It can be significantly reduced, and the product quality improves, because we are not exposing them to the thermal and shear stresses. Reduction in energy usage, because fluid bed processes are the ones with the highest usage of power, and milling operations followed by. And for this, you don't have to require a capex requirement. You already have the existing processes, and even if you want to convert them into a continuous process, by getting certain connection systems and feeders, like a Catron feeders, and by characterizing them through their RTDs, residence time distributions, we can easily convert these into a continuous manufacturing process. And the process time, we see almost a 75 reduction in the process time. So the footprint gets reduced, and these are easy to convert into continuous manufacturing. And certain limitations are, I think, because we use some specialized excipients, the cost of product can go up in some cases. And for very hydrophobic drugs, and if they are present in large concentrations, it will be difficult to to adapt these processes. So this is all I have from my side. Now, if there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Thank you, Niranjan, for sharing the insights. I really like the example that you quoted. And it's great to know, like, how we are advancing, yet we need to know our basics very well. I mean, that's really very nice to know that. So I invite Siri sir to take up the Q&A session.
Thank you, Niranjan. Very nice presentation. I congratulate Dr. Reddy and yourself for taking the few steps, few baby steps maybe, but for the continuous manufacturing, like the single pot processing or the directly compressible materials. So it's a great steps. I just wanted to check with you. People talk about continuous manufacturing and they don't know, people talk whether it can be used for the large batch sizes or small batch sizes. If the product is big, it should be used, or if the product is small, it should be used. They say continuous manufacturing also can be used for the individual patient compliance.
Yes.
So also people say it can be used for the bigger batch sizes, which can run for 8 days, 10 days. So what's in your opinion is the real?
Yeah, so like you said, there is no single answer for this. So let's say, for example, for the low dose products, it can still be implemented. So some of these, the oncology product and that Eli Lilly has commercialized, and even cystic fibrosis product of Vertex, they are not of a high volume. They're actually of a low volume products. So one, I think, when we say continuous, people talk about, one of the definite advantages is the scale of economies and all that. But another advantage that you get is a very standardized product. Okay. And if you have a product where the API cost is very high, okay, and the cost of a batch is very high, so the control that you get using a continuous process, and the quality, of the product is extremely high. And and even if something occurs, because there is no here there is a switch from the understanding of the batch size to the batch time, in a continuous process. So even if an error occurs, it is only that certain section of the time, for that particular time, you will be diverting that material out, so it will not impact the entire batch. And the how do you the characterization of the process through RTDs, through the residence time distributions, and at each and every step, it is the process is monitored through PAT tools, whether it is a particle size distribution or if there is a polymorph change, that one, so the content uniformity, that it comes out of the blending operation. So it is not like, we are measuring the quality after we make the product. So the quality is actually built in, or monitored, when the process is going on. So for these advantages, for the very high, throughput products which are expensive, I think, this is one. And for a new product, if, for these type of products, to build the facility instead of building a large facility, right? So the footprint will be very small, to start off with. So that's one definite advantage. And for the high volume products, I think, the business case is pretty much straightforward. I think, your production cost over time reduces drastically, and you have a great control on the quality. So I think in both the cases, I think, this is deployable.
Thank you, Niranjan. Another question was, what kind of the PAT tools are used in your current whatever changes you are making? Are you using any PAT tools like the NIR or Raman spectroscopy or something like that? So can you
Yes.
brief us? Yeah.
Yeah. So in Dr. Reddy's, we got a FDA approval for two of our products, you know, for monitoring of blending using NIR. Okay, so even the approvals that we have secured is through a it's a semi-qualitative and quantitative, which is called moving block standard deviation. But if you actually want to go for the real continuous manufacturing, we need to be developing highly robust quantitative models based on chemometrics. So along with, I think our traditional understanding of the process parameters and its impact on quality attributes, right, changes slightly, to a higher plane when we move into continuous manufacturing. So, and along with getting this equipment from OEM and having a business case is one part, but the another part is, developing that skill set internally in the company, whether it can be a chemometrics or simulations. So, but yes, to your question, we have got approval. We have filed for NIR PAT application for blending, and we have secured approval, for two of our commercial product, and we have switched from the regular traditional BU to the PAT monitoring.
So finally, your approach will be from the granulation till the coating. Everything will be in the one stream. That's what will happen over the period.
Yes,
Initial steps are just granulation or something like that.
yes, yes,
You go
yes,
to the continuous. Okay, that's great.
yes.
And batch sizes in case of continuous manufacturing are decided by what ways? Means it is on the API size or the number of days or how? Because we are in batch sizes we are very clear. In
Yeah,
batch processing we are very clear. One homogeneous mix.
yeah, yeah. So
What
here,
happens in the continuous?
yeah. So in a continuous manufacturing setup, it's more of a batch time. Okay, so okay, anyway, the rate of material, the rate at which the material is processed will be constant, depending upon your your rate limiting unit operation. But it is more the it is a shift from the batch size to the batch time. And and for how many days, I think that is just with the same philosophy or the logic of our whole time studies, we can define those batch times, which are product specific.
Okay. I think last question is, excuse me. I think last question is related to the continuous manufacturing. How far, when you want to convert the existing product into the continuous manufacturing, how are the regulatory hurdles or how the regulatory process comes into the picture when something like has to be done?
Yeah. So I think 2 weeks. I think there are companies which have already done that, and there are also the organizations like CSOPs in Rutgers University. I think like Professor Fernando Muzio, he went and testified before U.S. Congress, where they have worked with the companies like Janssen and Vertex and helped them to secure the approval. Okay, and there are experts who can help us to travel that regulatory path initially. And 2 weeks back, ICH has released Q13. It's a draft guideline on continuous manufacturing of drug substances and drug products. It is also available, and a very thorough document of how to approach this. So the help is available. If you want to take this path.
But in your opinion, what is easier to transfer the new products into the continuous manufacturing or the existing products into continuous manufacturing?
I think it's even the existing products. If we really want to cut down on the conversion costs, and capture the markets, and reduce the and increase our equipment, OEEs, we can do this. And I think the more of a general answer would be business case. I think how much you want to actually invest, and what you're going to get out of it. So but it's both the cases, and so far the people who got approval, right? These are not like high volume products.
Okay.
It is for the people who actually got approval, and generic industry so far has not adapted, aggressively. So, but for generic industry, definitely it will be a high volume products.
Thank you. I think there are two more questions which has come from the audience.
Yeah.
First is the Hintamani Panda from Cadila Pharma.
Yeah.
He is asking, can the continuous coating be used for the functional coating, or it is for the just aesthetic coating or something like that?
Yeah, I think, so far, the developments of continuous coating is only for aesthetic. So far, what is there in the industry, that is available here, whether it's a O'Hara or Thomas Engineering, they have developed for, cosmetic and non-functional coating. So for functional coating, I don't know that something is available. Yeah.
Second question is from the Ramesh Chandra Patel from Torrent Pharma. How to define limit for MBRSD? I am also not aware. What is MBRSD? You are aware?
Yeah, it's a moving block standard deviation.
Okay.
Okay, so there are several ways. I think it's probably it depends upon your API concentration and also where it plateaus. The MBR will be high at the very beginning, and as the blending operation goes down, there will be more uniformity of the drug, across the powder blend, and the relative standard deviation comes down. So that whatever you reach that steady state, and beyond that point, that the decrease in the RSD will be minimal. So it has saturated. I think you need to actually catch that inflection point in that plateau, and you need to be able to define that that limit.
Thank you. Niranjan, last question.
Yeah.
Showed the photograph of the continuous manufacturing unit at the last slide was a last to last slide, I think, before.
Yeah.
Where was the continuous so these are the equipment available off the shelf, and
This is off the
suppliers
shelf.
are off the shelf. So people are giving
And I
such
think
kind of
our
equipment.
next presentation, gentleman from GIA is presenting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he can cover a lot on that, and they are available off the shelf.
That is great. Thank you. Thank you, Niranjan. Thank you very much. Time is also getting over now. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation and the excellent answers also to the most of the things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Niranjan, for patiently answering all the questions. It was a great session with you. I urge, it's really nice to see such questions coming in. I urge all the participants to keep this session live it's a virtual session, so keep the things live with your questions. It's very, very important. So we are close to 5:15 now, and we are working out on the logistics to have our next speaker in. So we will just continue. We'll have a short break and we'll be back by 5:20. We are close to 5:15 now. So 5:20, we will join the next speaker for the day. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, participants, but we have not been able to resolve the issue with the WebEx. So we are still working on bringing our next speaker on. So we suggest that you take the break and we will rejoin at 5:45 now. Thank you. So welcome back, participants. Due to some logistic difficulties, we couldn't have our speaker James Holman with us today. And it's been really kind of our next speaker to join in a little early. So our next topic is advancement in cold chain logistics. And we have Dr. Ravi Prakash Mathur, who is who has 20, over 25 years of experience and is known to be an influential speaker and currently serving as the Vice President, Head of Logistics and Supply Chain Excellence at Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. Welcome, sir. We look forward for your session.
Thank you, Sneha, for the introduction. So is my screen, am I audible? And
Yes, yes, perfect.
okay. So at the outset, let me thank IPA for this opportunity given to us to come and present about what we understand about the advancements in cold chain logistics. And I think it's a very appropriate time to be having this discussion, as just today we are celebrating India having completed the vaccination of 100 crore doses, and as we know, all this entire vaccination effort has actually happened through a cold chain setup. So I think it's time, as we acknowledge all the healthcare workers in the country for having achieved the feat, and we also acknowledge all the people who have manufactured and supplied the vaccine. I think it is also important to understand the complexities of what goes into making the vaccine available to millions of people. So so in that context, I think it's a good discussion to understand what cold chain logistics is about, not only in terms of vaccine, but also in terms of all the other products that use this network. Like whether it is oncological products or complex biological products. A lot of products require cold chain capabilities to be set up and to be managed. So that is, I'll kind of talk about the advancement in cold chain logistics with that as the backdrop. We can go to the next slide. So certain part of this is, disclaimer. This is forward-looking information. So I have to kind of put this disclaimer. We can move on. But first, before we jump into the topic, I will not miss this opportunity to talk a bit about the organization that I represent. I represent Dr. Reddy Laboratories Limited, and which you all know was founded by Dr. K. N. G. Reddy. And the mission with which this organization was set up to improve life expectancy and the quality of life, and use good science to make affordable medicine. That is the mission that our organization works towards. We can move on, please. So we are there in 40 plus countries. We have 400 plus products, and we serve 1 billion plus patients worldwide. And as I said earlier, we accelerate the access to affordable and innovative medicine. A little bit more about my company. The next slide before we move to the topic of cold chain distribution. Next slide, please. So we have around we have 9 API manufacturing plants, 13 formulation manufacturing facilities. We have 5 global R&D centers, and our revenues were 2.3 billion USD in financial year 20. So these are the list of the countries you can see on the slide. And move on. So this is how we'll talk about the topic here, and I think I have roughly around 30 minutes to do it. So just a quick look about what the quality standards are for the elements of cold chain, what the template, what has been the cold chain public infrastructure, and how do you set up a cold chain network, what are the elements, and what are the challenges on last mile distribution, and what are the quality systems. So with that, let me take you to the next slide, and just a quick walk down memory lane. Cold chain actually started, when perishables had to be moved hundreds of years ago. Let's say, we're talking about fish and meat and other food products. So as expectedly, the earliest technology was using ice. But around 1930, the first portable air cooling unit was put on trucks, and then very quickly they started putting the refrigerated rail cars and trucks, and perishable food could be carried around in long distances. In 1959, we first had a proper reefer truck, uh, you know, and through a series of innovation, then we are where we are right now, where we have a complete ecosystem of cold chain transportation and logistics and warehousing. And of course, what you see on the picture on the right hand side is the ISO 634-635 reefer container. So let's talk a bit about the quality standards that are required to be that are required to be running a successful cold chain logistics setup. Can we go to the next slide, please? So I just tried to put together a lot of standards, uh, that are required to be followed from a quality perspective when it comes to cold chain management. First and foremost, of course, we have to talk about the warehouse storage, and there you have the WHO Technical Report Series 908 and 961, and Supplement 2 actually specifically talks about the design of the warehouses and what considerations need to go in when we are designing a warehouse that is to deal with cold chain. Now it becomes more interesting when you're talking about a frozen warehouse. Like normally when we talk about cold chain logistics, people think of it about 2 to 8. Um, while outside of the pharma industry, you do have a very, an ecosystem of scale that deals with, sub-zero temperatures of -20 or more, like say for the ice cream sector. But within the pharma space, something that moves at a scale at -20 or -70 is a phenomena that we have seen with the COVID vaccines that came in last year. Otherwise, as you know, blood plasma and some other products, they do require significant negative temperatures, but not to the same scale as that we are talking about right now. Road transportation, again, there is a ISO 23412 standard. When it comes to air transportation, there is a regulatory or a airline body which we know as IATA, and IATA has come up with its own guidance for vaccine and pharmaceutical logistics distribution. IATA also has its own temperature control regulation. Sea transport has ISO 6346. Then you also have the European Good Distribution Practices, and US Pharmacopoeia Chapter 1079 and 103. These are known chapters. We are all aware they have been there for some time. But now, when it comes to last mile distribution for vaccines and other products that require temperature control, one of the missing elements are the freezers. Okay, because you might have standards for warehouses, you might have standards for transportation, but the freezers that are there in the clinical settings, or they are there in the vaccination centers, they also need to be of a medical grade. So here, two relevant regulations are the European Union Medical Device Regulation of 2017 and Medical Directive of EEC called 93/42. There is also a CFR 21 regulation of FDA that deals with the medical grade freezers. So you have to put, when you're trying to put in a complete network of logistics that require temperature control to be maintained, you need to be aware of all these standards, right from what you have for the primary warehouse, how you transport it by road or by sea or by air, and then when you are actually doing for the last mile and the kind of processes and controls you need for the point of administration, then you have to follow these the standards that are there on medical devices. Just a word of caution here, a lot of these device manufacturers, they will just quote some standard and say, okay, hey, we are compliant with WHO, we are compliant with this thing. So just be very careful about what standard is being quoted. Does it really actually apply to refrigerators? Does it apply to medical grade freezers? Or, they could be quoting some radiation standards or some electrical standards or, safety. So just because some supplier is telling you, okay, we are compliant to so and so regulation, it does not mean that that is a regulation that you need to be very careful about. So understand which standard applies when you are signing up for these services or products, and see that the products or equipment that you're buying are compliant to what is actually required. So I just put this slide about the various compliances that are required, from a quality management perspective. So let's go on to the next slide. So here I've just tried to put together a template for an end-to-end cold chain setup to be done. So as you can see over here, there are multiple elements to it. So if you start with a manufacturing plant, then there is a global distribution center or a central warehouse. Then it has to go through a series of airports, sometimes two, sometimes more than that. There could be a transit airport in between. Then again, there is a handover that happens at the airport. Then it goes to a secondary warehouse. Then it goes to a regional warehouse. Then it goes to a final warehouse. So the point that I'm trying to make over here is that there are multiple touch points over here. There are multiple points where a handshake between one partner to another partner takes place. So each and every time your shipment is moving through this network, it is getting exposed. Those are the points of vulnerability. Now it's difficult to put it on a slide, but if you just see the first movement, so from a manufacturing plant, it moves into a truck. But the process of, transferring from a plant into a truck itself is a vulnerable movement, because you might be exposing your product to an ambient environment, and your product might not, the label in your product might say that it cannot be exposed for that duration of time. So a complete end-to-end process analysis and identifying of those touch points and identification of those handover points where there's a change in custody, where the product is getting moved from one environment to another environment. An organization needs to do it end to end and take complete ownership that your cold chain logistics for your product is set up correctly. Now, this is just one linear flow that I've set up. Okay, now imagine that if you were to set up this distribution flow for the entire breadth of the country, so you can imagine that this is spanning out like a tree, and add to it the complexity of a -20 product or a -70 product, you can just understand, you can imagine that the complexity becomes exponential. So there is no escaping it. This end-to-end study and identification of vulnerable points, identification of the touch points has to be done. This is what every organization needs to do if it's trying to set up end-to-end cold chain for its products. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Okay, so another thing that I just wanted to highlight is this is something that is there in the public domain. This is a data of public cold chain public infrastructure in India for vaccine distribution. Now, this is data is of course pre-COVID, and after that, a lot more infrastructure would have been created to transport this 228 vaccine and the -20 vaccines. So you can see that there are deep freezers, around 40,000 deep freezers. There are around 28,000 cold chain points. But what is interesting is for you to note is look at the complex network these vaccines actually move through. So there is something which is called a GMSP, which is a warehouse only for buffer stock. Okay, so these are regional level warehouses. Then you have state level vaccine stores. Then you have regional level vaccine stores. You have divisional level vaccine stores, and you have district level vaccine stores. And there is a multiple. This is not a one-to-one relationship that a GMSD necessarily has to supply to a regional vaccine store. A regional vaccine store necessarily has to supply to a state vaccine store. A state vaccine store necessarily has to go to a divisional and division to a district. As you can see from the arrows, a vaccine can be supplied from any store which is at a previous node to the next node. Okay. Now try to imagine what kind of controls are required to handle such a complex network. And we've not even gone to the next stage of primary health centers and clinics and the outreach program. So so the point is that the process that you set up for handling cold chain, especially when it's moving like a country which is the size of India, it has to be very robust. It has to be completely under control and the oversight of the quality organization. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Okay, these are the elements. I've already articulated some of that. You need a storage facility, such as a temperature controlled warehouse. And now you have two options. You can have a complete warehouse wall to wall, which is cold, temperature controlled. It could be a warehouse which is completely at 228 or -20. And if you sometimes people also have something which is called a freezer farm. So they could have individual freezer units in a very large warehouse, which still would be ambient, 15 to 25. But The primary point is you need a very large central warehouse. Packing, we'll talk about it a little bit. Transport, monitoring, and data monitoring and recording for retrieval and audit. Having data loggers at every point and every point in the and every transport point in the chain. You have to have, and you need to have a good quality control system that manages for failures. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Okay, a little bit deep dive into a warehousing facility for cold chain. See, it's not that something that comes into your warehouse in a shipper, you just put it in the warehouse and just forget it and then take it out. That is not possible because these packing solutions that we have to use, they come with a certain validation, and you have to use it only for those number of years, number of hours, whether it is 72 hours or 120 hours, but they will always have a finite number of hours, wherein they have their life for maintaining the cold chain. And also it becomes highly uneconomical to store them that way, the way these boxes come into your warehouse. So you necessarily have to receive them, unpack them, put them in bins or trays, and then put them on a rack. And once you get a dispatch order, you again do the cycle in reverse. You pick them, you pack them, and you put them out on a staging area, and then it goes out on a refrigerated tank. So imagine, these many touch points, even for a single box to be handled. Okay, and then when you're talking about 1 crore doses to be moved through the network a day, so you can imagine how much effort actually goes into each and every warehouse that is handling. So if it is 1 crore vaccination happening at primary health centers, those are warehouses at the back end, previous nodes through which also these vaccines are moving. So it is 1 crore into the n number of nodes that these vaccines actually flow through. So therein lies the complexity of managing the cold chain. So, and if you are, if you are doing this activity in -20 or -70, then you need to be all the more careful about how you manage this warehouse. Can we move on, please? So a warehouse does not actually operate unless you have a system that enables it to pack the material that is over there and make it ready to move for the next stage. So herein comes in the other element of the solution, which is called the insulated box. So as you can see in the picture, insulated box is a combination of an insulation layer, a payload box, gel packs. So anybody who's worked in the cold chain environment knows that you need to condition these boxes. Okay, so if you are trying to move something at 228, you will need freezers to condition those PCM material at -20. If you're trying to move something in -20, you need to have freezers that are able to cool your PCM at -40. Okay, so you have various solutions to do that. You have blast freezers, you have plate freezers, you have walk-in chambers, uh, you have chest freezers. So all these options are there. But these warehouses that we were talking about in the earlier slide, they do not work unless they are in parallel equipped with these freezers, which are capable of conditioning the boxes at even greater negative temperatures. So if you're talking about say X number of boxes to move, then you can back calculate how much freezer capacity you need to install here. So you need a combination of three things. You know, those many boxes to be ready per day. You need the facility for conditioning. You need the storage space. So all the three elements come together. That goes into creating one node which is ready to handle a cold chain product. Okay, it is not just a warehouse. It is a warehouse plus many other things that come together. Let's move on, please. Okay, for transportation, there are big trucks which are available for the long haul. They should have cold chain system alert, failure alerts. We prefer GPS tracking, geofencing, and please be very careful that when you are signing up with these contractors, you have a quality agreement in place in addition to your commercial contract. So a commercial contract and insurance, of course, they are important, but a quality agreement and service levels that are defined, they have to be signed off very explicitly with your 3PL partners. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is an interesting aspect. It is very, difficult as it is even to handle long haul. Now imagine the last mile, wherein from a district center you have to take the a cold chain product to say a primary health center, or further, what's more complex, you have to drop it at multiple points, say in a city. Okay, so there are many ways to do it, and one of the solutions that is there over there is there are of course stationary freezers that are required at both the sending end and at the receiving end, but you also need a mobile freezer. Now there are many kind of mobile freezers which are available. If the volumes are high, you can use probably a small size refrigerated truck. But if there are these are smaller volumes, which normally is the case, maybe because you are trying to do something like a few hundred vaccines per day in a particular location, which could be a residential welfare association or a local panchayat or any other point where people come in and get vaccinated. Then you need smaller site freezers. But the challenge over here is how do you power those freezers? So whatever solution you choose, please ensure that they can be powered on by a battery, and they can be provided power by the power of the car. Normally an SUV is a good option, so you can do some sort of a milk run, or you can do a point to point transfer wherein the freezer is charged by the car en route, and you have a power point available at the destination, and then you can bring it back for recharging at the origin clinic. So that is one model for doing last mile distribution. Let's move on to the next slide. Similarly, outreach programs. So this, you can see there's a small picture on the left hand side of the mobile freezer. So you can simply go and drop the product, whatever that is, to these vaccination centers or these clinics, and come back, return freezer, and then power it back. So this way you don't require. The problem that this solution is solving is that you do not need to provide separate freezers at the last point. Okay, because when you try to put freezers at every point, every receiving point, that requires an investment. Okay, and that point itself might be a moving goalpost. It's not that you will be going again and again to the same point. So if it is going to different points, and you really do not want to create that infrastructure, or that creation of that infrastructure is not ready, then a portable freezer can go deliver the product, and at the end, at the end it can come back. So these are certain models that have been developed and deployed in cold chain transportation. So you can imagine. So there are multiple legs, warehouse to regional, regional to district, and district to last mile. So end to end, that was the thing I've been talking about since the first slide. So when we move to the next, so a very important aspect is cold chain monitoring. Okay, so a cold chain monitoring, you need the right size of sensors. Uh, they have to be necessarily wireless based. It could be a Bluetooth device, or it could be RFID device, or it could be something that connects to Wi-Fi through a regional, a local router. It has to have a battery. The important thing is many of these electronics, they do not function properly in sub-zero temperatures. Okay, so when you do this validation and this proof of concept for choosing the temperature monitoring device for your cold chain logistics, please ensure and check with your supplier that the performance of this device don't deteriorate the moment they hit a sub-zero temperature. We have experienced that not all devices meet the purpose. Sometimes the data loggers can work, but you find that the gateway devices, they don't really function at those temperatures. On-device storage of because you'll be requiring a lot of storage on that, say the 5-minute data interval rate. So please ensure that your on-device storage for that many number of readings is there. Multi-sensing, that means that it can monitor the vaccine temperature, it can measure the shock, it can handle pilferage, so supposing there's a light exposure, a door of the container is opened so that it could be able to respond to that and also report to you when you get that product that there has been exposure to light. Barcodes and QR code help in unique areas. So anti-counterfeit measure needs to be built into the product. That's also very necessary. So you can see it's a combination of a sensor or a plus a barcode and a gateway and a cloud. Now you can give this access to the cloud to as many users as you want, but what is more important is that the ability of this entire chain of data that is moving from one point to another point, it synchronizes. So multiple sensors transmit via Wi-Fi real-time data of shipment that is in transit. It should be able to capture where it is. And also, it is not that once you receive the product or you go and review the data that you realize that an exposure has happened or an explosion has happened in some products or an incursion of temperature has happened. So you need to have real-time alerts. So the moment you realize that the temperature is progressing towards the range where it should not progress, then an alert should go in the form of an SMS. Uh, an email also helps, but a phone is something people always have with them at any point of time. So alert that comes on the phone that this particular freezer in this particular location, it is experiencing some kind of an excursion, or this particular shipment at this point in time, it is experiencing some kind of excursion. So real time alerts have to be sent. But what is also more important are local alerts. Okay, so knowing that something is going wrong somewhere is not important unless you have set up a mechanism wherein people are able to respond rapidly. Okay, and who are the people who are available at the so there's an alarm that sets off say at 2 a.m. in the morning. So who do you think is going to come and rectify the situation? Definitely not the engineer of the refrigeration company, or definitely not the engineer who set up the entire AHU system for you in the warehouse. It is the local security person over there, who will rush to the site and try to report what is there. So somebody. So there is a local alarm system which is audio based, like a hooter alarm going off, alerting somebody at the security or some other engineers who could be there at the site, and then the connections can be made with the people who actually are responsible for maintenance of the facility, and some troubleshooting can happen on the phone or on a digital mode, and while people are able to respond and come physically to the site. So alert mechanisms is extremely important when you set it up, and a local response process, a remote response process, and ultimately capturing the kappa of something. If something does happen, then how do you record it and how do you respond to it? Just one point of caution, because all these things they require power, and all these things require a power backup. So please do not kind of put all these mechanisms of monitoring and that alert mechanisms on the same power source. These are some quick hacks probably I can share with you. Always have independent sources of power and always have independent systems, even in terms of where you have connected the software and where you are how you connected your devices. So have a backup, and though it might look like an ambitious target, but it is recommended that you have these alert, data monitoring in each and every freezer location that you have, in your territory, each and every truck that is moving in your territory. It might look like a very complex system, and it is complex, but it is necessary that these mechanisms of collecting data, recording data, archiving them, retrieving them, they are there as as we do that for any quality system. Let's move on to the next slide, please. So something that were top of the mind and which are really very basic to somebody who works in the quality organization. Detailed SOPs have to be prepared activity wise. Training has to be done. Review of training has to be done. Validation for different components. We spoke about this earlier: boxes, freezers, warehouses. lane assessment with transit temperature study. Do a validation study for each and every lane you're trying to move your product to. Risk assessment, the every touch point that we talked about, assessment of risk every time a handshake happens between custodies. Evaluate the risk, mitigate it. Put something, put an action plan so that that risk is mitigated. Temperature monitoring, we just spoke about that. Alarm system, documentation for dispatch and execution to be ensured. Review of documentation and monitoring dashboards. It helps you to have a MIS reporting in addition to the transaction reporting that we just talked about a while back. Let's move on. So some key considerations when you're designing it. So let's understand that here we are talking about scale, number one. Okay. It is not just some small product that is moving, say, in hundreds of boxes. We're talking about millions of boxes which are moving through multiple nodes every day. Okay. And at multiple touch points, multiple warehouses, multiple transportation solutions. So the problem that we're trying to solve here is scale. The problem we are trying to solve here is speed, with the backdrop of compliance, with the backdrop of quality systems. So how do we achieve that? Then the obvious thing is that we need to design a network that has the minimum number of touch points. Don't try to overcomplicate the network design. If you are able to do something with large MOQs, point to point, then nothing like it. But if you need to go and spread the network, branch out, try to see that how you can redesign and how can you innovate to keep the touch points at a bare minimum. Okay, and then you put the temperature control mechanism, insulated boxes. Now there are. I thought I'll speak to about this in a little more detail. So there are 72 hours and 96 hours. These are normal validation boxes that are available in the market. There are also some which are available for 120. Now the value of these boxes, I just want to articulate it a little bit more, is not that they are providing you protection in transportation. Okay, that is not what the primary objective of these boxes is. Temperature protection can be provided to you in transportation by n number of active transportation solutions. You can simply put it into a reefer truck, or you can simply put it into an active container for air freight. There are not one, there are many solutions which are available for transit. What you need the insulated boxes are for protecting your product at the touch points. I'll give you one example. So you have to send something by air. Okay. Now, if you try to send something by an airport, what are the exposure points? The moment your product is getting offloaded from a truck and getting into an airport terminal. The moment your product is moving from an airport terminal into an area where it is put on a pallet. The moment your pallet is moving through the tarmac of the airport and getting inside the aircraft. So even at a singular point, you can see there are three vulnerable points where no active solution is going to work for you. Okay, so you need these insulated boxes to protect your product and ensure that it is moving as per label by the use of these insulated boxes. And since we're talking about new innovations or technologies that are there in cold chain management, it will be I think it's good for you to point out that there are solutions. The moment you put a product back into a cold warehouse, then the actually the clock stops for that product. It's not that the 72 hours clock or the 96 hours transit clock is still running. So there are certain products, the moment it gets into a -20 environment, then the clock stops. The moment it moves out, the clock starts moving again. Or it's a 228 product, the moment it gets into a 228 warehouse, you need not take out that product. The clock stops. Okay, and after 24 hours, you take it out again, then again the clock starts. So evaluate the market and see what kind of products and new technologies that are there, which are passive in nature, because active solutions, they are very good, but they might not give you an end-to-end protection. So evaluate those kind of this thing. Of course, we know refrigerated vans, temperature control solutions for air freight, medical grade freezers. Again, we spoke about that. Continuous monitoring, geofencing in transit tracking, standard operating procedures. Again, we cannot emphasize that too much. and digital platform to end-to-end visibility that gives you the visibility for temperature, that gives you the visibility for geofencing, uh, for humidity, and for doing your ERP-based transactions such as a shipment out and a shipment in. So whatever your network is, please these 10 points, see how you check on these tech points, on these 10 points, and create a network that gives you the compliance and the confidence that you require for handling the product through a cloud chain network. We can, so that's all from my side. So thank you for your attention, and thank you IPA for this opportunity given to us to present our thought process and our expertise that we have kind of gathered over the past many years in handling cold chain of our products in India and in abroad. So with that, I conclude my presentation. Over to you, Sneha.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a comprehensive session. It was very simple and clearly elucidated through pictures and process flow. And I think something which we didn't see in the last presentation, you have put in certain precautionary measures, your real-time examples, and that rightly comes from the experience you have. So thank you so much, and we really thank you for taking out time 15 minutes early and agreeing to come up early for the session. Thank you once again. In view of the time that we have, we are dropping the Q&A session now, and we have Mr. James Holman, Senior Director Technology Management from GEA, who was initially not able to join. So we have him now, and we'll have him speak on the advancements in continuous manufacturing and technology. So welcome, James. Over to you.
Hi, apologies everyone for the lateness, a technical issue getting in. I'd like to thank the IPA for their flexibility, but also the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Dr. Jim Holman, and as said, I'm the Senior Director within GEA for our pharmaceutical solids for technology management. So I'm involved for all of the product development, research development, and our test centers that we have globally. And I'm here today to talk to you about advanced manufacturing of solid dose products using continuous manufacturing, and our product family is called Consigma 4.0. So if we could have the next slide, please. So the agenda for today, I want to cover 3 key areas in the next 25 minutes. So first of all, a background to continuous manufacturing for pharma and what are the real drivers behind it, what is driving this new uptake of these new technologies. We'll then have a review of the Consigma 4.0 product portfolio itself. And specifically, we will look at 3 key areas that GEA provide technology platforms and solutions for. And then finally, we'll look at the technology differentiators of these platforms with some case studies, one on continuous direct compression systems and the other on optimized tablet coating. We can move on to the next slide, please. Continuous manufacturing in the pharma industry has been being assessed now for 15 years, and GEA has been providing technology into the market as the leading supplier of continuous technology since 2006. And recently, through Accenture strategy in 2018, there was a holistic review of the industry with input from 13 of the largest pharmaceutical companies that supply 60% of the global market. 7 of these were existing Consigma clients, and they were asked, what are the benefits and what are the challenges expected from the adoption of continuous manufacturing? And they came up with 3 key challenges and 3 key benefits. In terms of the benefits, it was very clear that there was a distinct advantage for agility of the supply chain, and we will go into that in a moment. There's also reduced footprint. With continuous manufacturing, you are intensifying your process and squeezing it into a much smaller area. So you save on GMP facility footprints, not just in the actual production environment, but also in your GMP warehouses, for instance. You have considerably less work in progress because you are taking a powder and converting it all the way through into potentially a coated tablet in one process train, rather than potentially having multiple different unit operations where you have a hold time in between. And then the third benefit was about easier product transfer. In terms of the main challenges, regulatory approvals was seen as a challenge within companies, but I think if you Google search or come to some of these conferences, you will see presentations from a lot of the large regulators, and they're actively starting to encourage the use of continuous manufacturing. The FDA in America is obviously coming up with its own guidelines with respect to continuous manufacturing, and it presents very heavily on the topic. We have had interaction around the world with agencies in India, in Korea, in Japan, as well as in the US. There's also the legacy infrastructure. So obviously companies have an existing manufacturing footprint that they can't just click their fingers and convert. So you have to consider CM as almost an asset replacement strategy as you go through the life cycle. So you won't be replacing everything at one point. It may also be that you want to apply continuous manufacturing for a specific pain point, prove the benefits of it, and then roll it out further in your company. And then the final part of the challenge that was seen was about change management and how you guide this step through in technology through your company. So next slide, please. So in terms of agile manufacturing platforms, one of the big benefits that we see is in the development of new chemical entities. So for new drugs that are being developed, the use of continuous manufacturing can have a huge effect on your development trial, because what you are able to do is you are able to use the same equipment for your phase 2B clinical supplies, potentially your phase 3 and your clinical material, and then into your initial commercial supplies. And with continuous, what you look at is you look at scale out, not scale up. So in traditional batch manufacturing, you might start at a 1 kilo batch size and then scale up to a 10 kilo, 100 kilo, 1,000 kilo. With continuous, the difference is you may run for less than 1 hour to produce one size of batch, so to produce less than 10 kilos. And then you may run for several hours to produce, 100 kilos or something of those lines. And then sizes over that, you're just flexible. So you can have run times that go on to days and weeks if you need it. So by eliminating that scale up, it allows for a more rapid development timeline because you don't have to go through those tech transfer and scale up studies. Next slide, please. The other part is continuous isn't just about new chemical entities. You will hear a lot of it from large multinationals, the benefits for new chemical entities. There is also a benefit for your overall equipment efficiency, for just your operating efficiency, let's say overall. If you take the individual steps needed for a batch, which we have along the top here, so you go from dispensing, blending, calibration, the extra blending, the tableting, and the coating. Each of these machines act in a batch mode and will be utilized for a different amount of time. Some unit operations will not be being used. They will be potentially sat there and having to be cleaned or something like that. So you end up with an overall equipment efficiency of your entire plant, which is quite low. So in this case, in this calculation, the example is 6%. And actually what you see is, whilst the individual OEEs of the individual equipments might be reasonable, when you look at it as a process train, overall it's very low. With continuous, that is not the case, because obviously all your equipment is working in harmony with itself. So there is no You don't have a downtime of one unit operation while it's waiting for something else to finish. Everything operates at the same time, so you end up with a very overall equipment efficiency, which obviously increases the net present value of the manufacturing plant that you have installed. Next slide, please. As I said at the start, with continuous manufacturing, you do intensify your process into a smaller area, and also you require less work in progress. And what that has is it has a very big impact in your operational efficiency and your footprint. And this again is a study from Accenture on a business case, whereby they compared the same product and the facility footprint that would be required for a batch system versus a continuous system. And actually what they came up with was that using continuous manufacturing, the footprint of your facility would be reduced between 60 and 70%. So you could have 2 continuous manufacturing lines instead of 34 individual stations. And this would result in a footprint of 230 square meters as opposed to 680 square meters. And obviously, GMP facilities cost money to run. They require a considerable amount of power, not just the machines themselves, but the HVAC units, the lightings, and all of that. So this results in a power consumption saving as well of up to 40% because you have less footprint, but also you have less machines running. The other thing that you need is where you have intensified everything and you don't have as much material handling between the individual unit steps, is you have a considerably lower requirement for manpower. So in this case, they estimated the number of full-time workers that would be required would be 50% lower than what you would need for the equivalent batch facility. Now, continuous equipment will have a higher capex than the equivalent batch, but we find on average the equivalent capex for the whole equipment is about 1.4 times versus the batch process. So what you can see is while the initial investment is much higher, the actual returns from that investment are much, much higher to outweigh that. So in most cases, you can look at the business case and your payback will be quite a short period of time. There may be an initial higher outlet, but the savings and the reductions in running soon balance that out and soon actually make it a more cost-effective operation. Next slide, please. And I mentioned about the product transfer. As I said, without scale-up, you can increase your time to market. So there is a study here from a large multinational as well that has presented this a number of studies, whereby they did all of their development through continuous, which is the bottom green section, but they also did an estimate of a product plan. What would it take if they had to go for the traditional batch scale-up? And what you can see here on the left is that by using continuous, they had a release date to the market at the end of 2014, whereas when they compared that for their new chemical entity to what it would have been with batch, they wouldn't have been ready to launch to the market until at least the start of Q2 in 2016. So there's at least a 16-month saving there in your time to market. And obviously, the faster that customers can get product to market, the faster they can help their end user, the people that need the medicine. Also, this reduction in the time to market led to a significant savings in API. In this case, the amount saved was deemed to be nearly 1,500 kilos of API, and in development, API could be very costly. So there's a large amount of savings from the API to be had as well by switching to continuous for your development. Next slide, please. And again, the experimental time to complete. Each experiment on continuous actually takes considerably less time because you're not dealing with a large-scale batch. And so we have an example here of how long it would take to develop something on continuous versus how long it would take to then develop on batch. We'll move on to the next slide, please. So the key gear technology platforms. On the next slide, we can present that. I will show you that we have a product family that is called Consigma. The three main areas I wanted to show you today on the next slide, please. That's it, yeah. Is that Consigma 4.0 is all about modularity, flexibility, and integration. And Gear has 17 years of experience in this product range. And on the next slide, we have our actual product family, which is then our Consigma. And I want to focus on the three middle areas here. So our direct compression lines, our bin-to-bin modules, and our tablet coater. As in the product family, there's also materials handling, our software control system, our R&D equipment, and our granulation and compression lines. But I'll focus on these middle three first of all. Next slide, please. So our integrated direct compression lines is a combination of dispensing, feeding, blending, and compression, all in a very concise footprint that sits within a single-story GMP room. And we have these available in two sizes, depending upon your throughput needs. In terms of the capability, we have proven both these systems, depending on which throughput you need, between 1 and 130 kilos an hour continuously. We have tested API ranges from 0.25% up to 93% API loading. And we also have an OEB4 proven containment using SMEPAC testing, so that this can be used with potent materials. The systems are also available as wet in place for easy cleaning, which is often a concern with continuous manufacturing. Next slide. For the dosing and blending, so this is a feeding and blending platform without the compression. We have a flexible feeder table that can be configured to your needs with a range of feeder options from both Gear and from Catron Coperion. We have three options of different blending technologies to suit your application, and there are various benefits to the three different applications we have. And we can also interface this with existing customer equipment, whether it's a roller compactor, a wet granulation system, or even existing non-Gear tablet presses or existing Gear tablet presses. And in terms of the capability, we have designed systems that go anywhere between throughput ranges of 5 to 400 kilos an hour. Again, they can be OEB4 containment rated and have been SMEPAC tested to prove that. And they can be whipped again prior to disassembly so that it's safer for the operator when they break the system down. Next slide, please. And finally, we have our tablet coater, which can either be used integrated with a continuous platform or as a standalone system. So you can load from an IBC, direct from a tablet press, or from the end of the continuous line. And this is a modular system that allows multiple units to work together depending upon the throughput size that you need. We have proven applications of this coating technology with aesthetic coatings, enteric coatings, and API coatings. And one of the key benefits we see about this technology is actually how it presents the tablets to the coater spray versus a traditional coater is quite different. And we actually find that through proven studies with a number of our industrial partners and our pharma partners, you require significantly less coating solution to get the same benefit. And I'll show an example of why that is later. Next slide, please. We have a number of test stations around the world. So if you're ever interested in testing out continuous technology, we have our test centers in the US, in Womercombe in Belgium, as well as our partners over in Singapore, South Korea, and Japan. Next slide. So now I'll quickly go through some case studies. I'm aware we're short on time, so I'll go through quickly one on continuous direct compression and then one on coating. Next slide, please. So one of the things we're often asked about our continuous direct compression system is what is the yield benefit? How much product you have to run to be able to prove a benefit out of this? And I have two examples for you. A short run example here that was a 3-hour run set up to run approximately 75 kilos of material. So it's set up at 25 kilos an hour. And we were running a 400 milligram tablet using a model formulation. So this study was done as part of a multi-company study along with AstraZeneca and GSK as well as Gear. And what we showed at the end of this is with a known formulation for a standard run, we were running, even for a short period of time with Conti, at a very high overall yield. So we were running with a yield of 99.6%. So a very high overall yield, and lots of good material recovery. On the next slide, we then show the sort of opposite end of this, which is then a long run example. And this was run over 120 hours continuously, so 5 days continuous. And here we ended up producing 15 million tablets over that 1 week period. And we still end up with a very high yield of 99.2%. So it's a very robust platform with a very good yield. And both of these systems were run with commercial control strategies, with formal IPC testing to make sure that the product was always within specification. Next slide, please. On the coater, how we've done things differently with the coater is, obviously, we first looked at what is required to coat a tablet. And on the right-hand side, you can see the ideal coating scenario for a tablet is that the tablet is floating almost alone. It then tumbles through the cloud of coating solution. It is then dried and lands gently when it's carried away. With existing tumble coaters, traditional pan coaters, the tablets are always rubbing up against each other. So you always have a certain presentation issue to the spray zone. And we've changed that by what we do is we actually rapidly rotate the tablets to sort of almost pin them to the outside of the drum. And then we use air knives to gently push them off the walls and form this cascade where they are tumbling and they're no longer touching. And we spray into there. And what we find with this, on the next slide, we have a very good example of why we have a benefit to our technology. And this is just a measured benefit. So if we could show the next slide, please. We've done a study with both a traditional coater in collaboration with our partners at Colorcon. We have done a study on a traditional pan coater versus our Consigma coater. And this was for the acrylease product. So we were spraying about a 12% product thickness. And what we know is that for traditional coater, you need 12% to give yourselves the sufficient coating performance so that when you take the drug, you get the right dissolution profile. And what you see with traditional pan coating is where you have all these tumbles rubbing up against each other, you get edge erosion and face erosion. And what you can see here on the left is you get considerable differences between the thickness of the face and the thickness of the edge and the end. And what you have to do is when you're designing your coating process, you have to design for the worst case. So your performance comes from your thinnest, let's say, coating thickness. With the Consigma using the same process, what you can see is there's actually a very uniform coating thickness around it. So what you're able to do is if you only need, for instance, a 60 micron coating thickness at your worst case, you can actually coat your entire tablet with just a 60 micron coating using the Consigma, and you don't have to overspray to account for edge erosion. And on the next slide, please, we actually have the details of this summary where we performed all of these studies, both on a traditional batch system, but also on our Consigma coater, and we sprayed at stages up to the known 12% that was needed for weight gain from the batch system. And whilst there's a lot of data on this slide, the key one is what we found in that bottom red box. We were passing the same acceptance test criteria with just a coating of 5% that required 12% using the batch process. So we were spraying 7% less. So not only does that reduce the amount of materials you need to spray on, but it also decreases your processing time and therefore increases the productivity of your coating system. So the way that this coats versus the traditional pan coater really does have some benefits in terms of its coating quality and therefore your product performance. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, It's a very brief talk. I could probably sit here and talk to you all day about continuous manufacturing, and we do welcome any interest. You can please contact either your local gear representative or contact me direct. But continuous manufacturing has proven benefits. You will go to any conference these days and you will find someone who can talk to you about the benefits of continuous manufacturing. But it's not just for new chemical entity development. There is also considerable benefits to be had for the generics market and the high efficiency manufacturing markets. GEAR also has 17 years of experience providing continuous platforms, and we have a solution for whether or not you just want to apply continuous manufacturing to one specific area, such as feeding and blending or tablet coating, or whether you want to go down the path of a fully integrated continuous line to maximize your overall equipment efficiency. And finally, we have a wide range of proven case studies, and more importantly, test centers that can be utilized on customers' formulations. So you can always come along and actually experience the benefits of continuous for yourself. So with that, that was the end of my presentation. I've hopefully got us finished in time. And yeah, thank you everyone for your attention. And again, apologies for the technical issues that meant this presentation was later than scheduled.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you very much for putting up with the time. Clearly shows on your session how technology can improve and be helpful in various stages of formulations. So since we are having glitches with the time, we will go on with our next session and drop the Q&A. So our next session is on role of blockchain in next generation pharmaceutical supply chain. For this, we have Ms. Anubha Dikshit, founder Tonga Dive Limited, to share her knowledge. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Anubha Dikshit, and I'm the founder CEO of Tonga Dive. After 20 years in data science and product development across multinational companies and education and research powerhouses, I decided to transfer the last 5 years of research into blockchain and healthcare industry by setting up Tonga Dive in 2019. More about that a bit later. Let me start by thanking the IPA team for organizing the session and for inviting me to speak on this exciting topic. Today, I will cover some of the elements of digital ledger technology, or blockchain as we all know. This is sometimes confused with cryptocurrencies as well, and all the negative publicity that surrounds crypto. I will show how in the enterprise space, the usage of DLT or blockchain is not just different, but also inevitable. I will then go on to discuss DLT's role in next generation supply chain, starting with pharmaceutical industry and why the pharma industry provides a ripe environment to deploy this technology at scale. And finally, I will speak about how we are looking to disrupt healthcare supply chain through a next generation supply chain product, which we call Evident. I will be using pharma and healthcare interchangeably through this presentation while respecting these are in many ways different industries. Next slide, please. Let us begin with a topic that lies at the center of the whole debate around track and trace, regulations, compliance, visibility, which is trust. Even before COVID, nearly 80 billion packages were transacted in 2018 and 2019, with the number of packages doubling every 4 years, and that is 10 times the global human population. McKinsey estimates that the number of packages are doubling every 4 years. And when I'm talking about these packages, they are only tertiary packages and do not include secondary or primary packaging. And then we should think of the implications of this on the consumers, the industry, the environment, and the government institutions regulating this movement. With so many choices enabled by global abundance, the central question is that of trust. Is that medicine I consume safe? Is it falsified? Is the coffee I drink ethically sourced? And is the product recyclable? Next slide, please. Which brings us to the topic of provenance, or in other words, origin, and the role played by regulatory bodies in ensuring products are safely and transparently transferred. Trust is so tightly linked with provenance or the origin, or where actually it is coming from or where it is manufactured from. For example, consider something like a passport. As seen in the picture, the Japanese passport enables visa-free access to 193 countries because of the inherent trust in its provenance or origin. Now, if we translate the same concept in the product world, regulators and governments across the world are increasingly demanding trustworthy provenance tracking in products, from medicines we take to the goods we consume. In the pharma context, we have FDA DSCSA in the US, MHRA in the UK, FMD in Europe, and IVEDA in India. While the how might be different in each case, the what remains uniform, which is trustworthy transparency, visibility on the way consignments are managed and transferred. Next slide, please. In this slide, I will cover the emerging trends in healthcare supply chain, along with some recent analysis available from the industry and regulatory bodies. From some time now, GS1 serialized data has been at the center of regulatory conformance in pharma industry. And it is also for a good reason, as any standards provides an essential foundation for improved data sharing, and also a common language that can be understood by all the supply chain stakeholders or partners in this case. And however, it is now the time to move on from how do I generate and manage serialized data to how do I integrate serialized data into next generation smart system to solve my supply chain problems beyond compliance. This is where blockchain, DLT, and AI-powered predictive analytics will come in. Combined with the same GS1 standards, blockchain technology has the ability to unlock the key to critical effective traceability through better data sharing, integrating the internal data and processes a company uses to track products into a larger ecosystem of external data exchange that takes place between trading partners. Regulatory compliance requirements are only expanding, and they are likely to continue to expand for the next few years. It could be interoperable electronic tracing at package level in the case of USDSC-SA, or end-to-end visibility requirements that are now being discussed at MHRA. Further, new countries are rolling out serialization-based track and trace requirements. So the next generation supply chain, starting with pharma, will continue to have serialized data, but coupled with DLT and AI, opening up a number of applications and use cases. Let me give you a few examples. Compliance on the click and compliance on the tap, where audit reports of the product origin, its journey, right from the manufacturer to the end consumer, which is commissioning, aggregation, and eventual decommissioning, can be generated on demand and with the click of a button. Many would argue that bringing the different supply chain stakeholders like manufacturers, distributors, wholesalers, retailers on the same platform and share information would be difficult and more or less impossible in some sense. But the same dilemma faced the mobile industry a bit more than a decade back. There were concerns on mobile data roaming across national boundaries, competitors, and disparate systems. Yet, driven by regulations and consumer demand, the end-to-end visibility and tracking of mobile data becomes a reality and is today a given. The underlying principle in healthcare industry and serialized data should be taken at the same context. If we try to create one monolithic system and platform and try to get everyone on that, it will be an uphill task. We believe the solution lies in extracting only the limited, specific, and precise data sets from disparate stakeholder system and provide interoperability on those data sets. Second use case is secure by design supply chain, where I'll be talking about a digital twin of a product consignment with encrypted serialized information as well as EPCI events. takes the digital journey very on blockchain or DLT platform, which is very similar to the physical product journey when it changes hands and crosses national and regulatory boundaries. Third, blockchain-enabled supply chain in pharma has the ability to drastically reduce recall alert time, savings cost and lives. A recent pilot conducted by DSCSA with KPMG, Merck and Walmart using IBM blockchain confirmed that product recall alerts can be reduced from around 3 days to a few seconds by using blockchain technology. This confirms and extends our own analysis of compliance on the click to recall on the click. These are just a very few examples of the use cases enabled by the next generation integrated system combining GS1 data, blockchain, and AI. Now, this brings us to the point, what makes pharma and healthcare right to lead this rotation to the new? The industry already is a mature GS1 serialized data, which is increasingly gaining traction in other industries like agriculture, food and chemicals. Prevalence and rigor around regulatory compliance has ensured that investments have already been made in technology surrounding serialized data capture, track and trace. With billions of packages and trillions of doses, the industry provides the necessary scale to test high volume, high value transactions. At the moment, around 50 plus countries use some form of GS1 serialization for track and trace requirement. The requirements vary between different countries, but are becoming more comprehensive and moving towards end-to-end electronic visibility. At the same time, we expect a new wave of regulations coming up in Africa, South America, and parts of Asia and Middle East. Next slide, please. Let me spend some time on DLT and blockchain to provide a context on what it is and why it is an exciting technology for healthcare supply chain. Immutability brings inherent security and trustworthiness. DLT or blockchain is a technology that brings this immutability. In its simplest form, DLT is a distributed, decentralized database managed by multiple participants across multiple nodes, where each database unit is encrypted and linked to each other in blocks, and a blockchain is formed. Blockchain brings with it some inherent features like permanency because of immutability, security, as well as transparency. However, the same feature that makes DLT or blockchain attractive are the features that poses challenges to the wider adoption of this technology in enterprise context. Consider pharma industry use case where GS1 serialized data is shared through EPCI's events, capturing critical information relating to what, where, when of the product. A typical mid-sized pharmaceutical organization that would produce about 100 million units per annum, requiring a similar number of serial numbers. Each serial number would generate an average of 5 serialized events. They are called EPCI's events like commissioning, packing, shipping, unpacking, and decommissioning. Annually, this company will need to capture 500 million events. If each event, which is in the form of XML file or JSON data, takes 1 kilobyte of data, this would represent 500 gigabytes of data per year. So over a steady state of 12 years, which I believe, or we believe, is how long the data is required to be stored, although it varies between regulatory bodies, this company could need 5 to 6 terabytes of space just for their compliance data. Large organization would have a requirement perhaps 10 times this. If all of this data becomes immutable and permanent, it will provide scalability challenges. Further, there are other issues around privacy like GDPR and overall control over data that are the challenges that DLT needs to contend with. And this is where we believe permissioned blockchain with the ability to create private networks with governance and control are gaining momentum. DSCSA pilot with IBM blockchain also confirmed that permission blockchain networks can help reconcile the fundamental tension between the benefits of cross-industry data with the need to keep private proprietary information private. So some of the organization or consortiums, as the one you see on the right, are actively engaged in permissioned DLT in enterprise context, addressing the mentioned key industry requirements. The topmost one is Hyperledger Fabric, which is an open source community focused on developing a suite of stable frameworks, tools, and libraries for enterprise-grade blockchain deployments. Second is R3 Corda. On the right-hand side, it is permissioned blockchain platform that powers DLT applications that enables business to transact directly and in strict privacy with one another, delivering multi-party transparency. Third is Azure Blockchain Workbench. It is a Microsoft initiative to configure and deploy a consortium network in permissioned blockchain. These are just very few examples with many more platforms in various stages of development. At TongaDive, we have chosen to go with R3 Corda, who are perhaps the most advanced players in the area and have successful and credible experience in financial industry that provides privacy, security, and scalability, essential for regulated industries like healthcare. We have lifted the concepts used in transactions in financial industry and adapted these to pharma supply chain and EPCI's events related to serialized data. Next slide, please. What would be a target ecosystem that combines GS1 serialization, blockchain, and AI look like? If we compare healthcare supply chain to Amazon, two things that Amazon did, invested at the right time, that is enabled it to grow to the size that it has today, is it invested early on in end-to-end visibility of its supply chain and in AI technology to predict consumer demand for a certain product before the demand happened. It then used its end-to-end supply chain visibility to stock the right levels of targeted product as close to the consumer as possible, so as to enable same day or next day delivery. This enhanced customer experience drove demand for Amazon platform usage while keeping the cost of large-scale warehouses to the minimum. We believe that by combining GS1 serialization data, permission DLT, and AI-backed smart system, we could help Amazonify healthcare supply chain. GS1 serialization and EPCI's events provide a credible what, where, and when information about the products. Blockchain DLT provides inherent security and end-to-end visibility. And predictive analytics powered by AI technologies provide accurate demand forecasting down to the pharmacy micro level. As a speaker before me, Vanya Telpis, if I remember from McKinsey, pointed out yesterday that machine learning based anomaly detection or deviations and predictive analytics technology can help QA process. The same concept can be extended to pharma supply chain, which is a concept we are working on. If we combine all of these, it will help the industry direct to home healthcare delivery, just-in-time production and warehousing, shortening shelf life and preventing end-of-life wastage, shortening timelines for product recall alerts, saving lives and cost, recycling products from area of abundance to areas of scarcity. TongaDive has been working at the intersection of these three technologies to prepare for these next generation requirements from supply chain. The system that we envision will utilize GS1 serialization, working on permission blockchain, and AI-triggered predictive analytics, providing on-the-click, on-the-tap compliance to regulatory requirements, linking to serialized medicine, doses to smart e-prescription, and helping create a circular economy with reduced wastage, reduced shelf times, reduced product journey, and flow from areas of abundance to areas of scarcity. We envision that the future supply chain will be in a world where the healthcare system is able to provide a caring patient experience by making medicines available where it is needed, which is just in time, and where it is needed, which is on the doorstep. Next slide, please. Through Evident, we have already started this journey. This December, we are coming out with our enterprise launch of our compliance on tap healthcare offering. It will be simple to buy, simple to deploy than any other solution in the market. We are targeting the SMEs in India as a prioritized segment, but would of course want to engage large enterprises. The government of UK has already recognized the value in what we are trying to do and have funded the machine learning component, which is proof of concept. We have already successfully developed that proof of concept. Our next phase will be to link this demand forecast to Evident and launch it at scale. And as the mobile data experience has shown, only when data is commoditized, its use cases and applications can flourish. So we envision a technology that hides the complexity of generating, managing, and expiring of serialized data from the industry users, and instead help the industry in developing next generation use cases and applications that would help it thrive. This means simplification of the way the industry today uses and pay for its serialized requirement. With this approach, we are looking, and I'm sure in the coming years, it will help actually democratize healthcare supply chain data or healthcare supply chain data. Next slide, please. So this is Evident. It's immutability from blockchain. We do compliance. We have agility, which is continuous development, interoperability with other serialized provider, and predictability with AI engine. Next slide, please. In fact, what we believe is the Indian market where the application of serialization will have significant impact as one of the biggest pharmaceutical and healthcare market. It is time for the pharma industry to come together, having achieved so much acclaim globally, and ask for serialization requirement to be made mandatory for the domestic Indian market. This will open up a huge array of applications and opportunities for local players, manufacturers, and I would say for all the supply chain stakeholders, in addition to bringing back benefits to the end consumer. Thank you.
Thank you, Anubha, for such a beautiful presentation. I invite Sirish sir to take up a Q&A session. Request him to keep it very brief in view of the time.
Thank you, Anubha. It was a very interesting session. I think you actually explained the very new concept, which are new to us at place. So, and it was very clear to all of us how this new concept is going to help all of us in the Indian market. But
Yeah.
one question which has come up is basically really related to, is India ready to follow such kind of, do we have the infrastructure to have this such kind of system and operate that kind of system? What's your belief?
I would think actually we should have, because anyway we are actually achieving this for the export market. So we have the capability, we have the knowledge, and we should see the scale actually which we have in the Indian population and the kind of use cases we can achieve when we have serialized data to it. We need to look beyond compliance requirement. We need to tap the value out of it. We can actually have, I would say, we can get to know consumer behavior as well on the ground. So we should treat it like mobile data. The way we were in mobile technology 10 or 15 years back, this is where I see that we are here in supply chain. So I should see, I think we should be, yes, there'll be, I would say, some challenges, but I think we are there and we should be able to. Just the only thing where I see the problem is in the, where we give the blister, where we cut the blister, that level of serialization or track and trace is not possible. But yeah, the secondary packaging, or there are people who calls it primary packaging, yes, there it is possible, but not at the blister level. But at least we should try to go to some extent. If we are not able to achieve it fully, to whatever we can achieve in the domestic market, we should try to do it. Because there's a lot of use cases which we can actually achieve with this once we have this implemented.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Anubha. For the want of time, I am not going to ask other questions. I will send it to you in repeat the
Sure.
answers.
Thank you. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dikshit. It was a beautifully amalgamated presentation, from consumer wants to industry needs and the regulations. It's just amazing to see, I think it will be a reality soon where we'll have recalls and alerts at a click. So it will be really exciting to see that. And thank you for, being here. Thank you for your session. So moving on, we have Dr. Dius Mubangizi, Group Lead Inspection Services, Pre-Qual team from WHO with us, who will speak on recent developments in vaccine technology, evaluation of vaccines. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much and for the invitation, and maybe just to start from that I have since moved on in terms of responsibilities. I'm no longer the group lead for inspections, but I've moved up and I'm actually overall unit head for pre-qualification that is covering both vaccines, medicines, diagnostics, and vector control, and served by the inspection team. So inspection team is one of the teams under my responsibility. But having said, I'm glad to be here and to talk to you about vaccines, vaccine evaluation and new developments in innovations. And the way I will talk about it is more from the angle, not from the R&D angle production part, but from the evaluation part and what WHO has been doing in the evaluation of these new vaccines, and more so importantly, facilitating their authorization and access in the member states, the 194 member states. Next slide, please. So just to put it into context, is WHO's evaluation of this is necessitated by two broad things. One is that under the WHO regulatory system strengthening approach, we classify regulatory systems into 4 maturity levels, 1 to 4, 1 being the weakest and the 4 being the strongest and the most efficient and consistent. And under that, we say that maturity level 3 is the minimum level to assure each country of the quality and safety and efficacy of the health products that are saturating in their market. And when we put this into context, out of 194 countries, we find that only 53 or equivalent to 27% have a regulatory system that is above maturity level 3 and above. And this is, by the way, only referring to medicines. And when we apply this to vaccines and diagnostics and other health products, the percentage is even much smaller. What that means that over 75 or 73% of the countries have a regulatory system that may not fully assure their citizens of quality assured products. And therefore, WHO put in place incentives or programs or initiatives to address that. And this is in 2 respects. One, strengthening the regulatory system of the countries, and we have a team that is involved in benchmarking the regulatory systems of countries, but also supporting them through their institutional development plan to develop to maturity level 3. But the second one, because this is a long-term aspect, a long-term project, it takes time to develop health systems and regulatory systems. WHO also put in place a pre-qualification process, especially to support member states primarily, but also to support international procurement for international funded initiatives and programs in countries to make sure that they have access to, they can identify and use quality assured products in their programs as they combat the various diseases and health problems in the various countries. So that is the background under which this is carried out. Of course, needless to say that with globalization, where the world has become a global village, it's not enough just to regulate your own country, but the products now go through international commerce, international trade, and hence a product that is produced in one country, if it's not well regulated, may easily end up in another country. And even if you have a good regulatory system, it's important to have an international approach and collaboration to ensure that all products that are situated in international commerce are of quality assured medicines. All products. Next slide, please. Now, homing into the reality and the current pandemic, as you know, this is a global pandemic that is affecting the entire world. It's important to understand that if you look at the vaccination program, you see that a number of countries, particularly Africa and parts of Asia, have not fully vaccinated their population, and that means that these are not protected. But this is not a risk, not only a risk to those countries, but because, as we have seen recently, the longer people take to get vaccinated, the more it gives room for development of various variants. And these variants sometimes come with more virulence, with more transmissibility, and with more severity of disease. And which variants also are able to even to spread to even countries that have highly vaccinated their population. And then because they are more virulent and more transmissible, we have risks of breakthrough infections, and we see rising cases of new infections happening across the world. So it is in everybody's interest that we work together to make sure that these new innovations are evaluated and are available for everybody in order to protect everybody. Nobody will be safe until everybody is safe. Next slide. Again, just to show, and I will not dwell very much on this, to show really that if you look at this and you see the disparities in access to vaccines and vaccination, and I would like to say that, as I said in my last slide, that nobody would be safe until everybody is safe. So even those highly vaccinated countries should not relax, because indeed, as we've seen, that when new variants come, they even affect those countries that are vaccinated. So the strategy should be all of us who should work together to make sure everybody is vaccinated. Next slide. Now, coming to WHO approach to evaluation and how it is similar, but also how it is different from other evaluations, even by a stringent regulatory authority. When an evaluation is taking place at the national level, it's looking at the context of their country and the situation in their country. And so the requirements are tailored to the needs of that specific country. But when you have a pandemic like this that is global, maybe national requirements may not be able to look at the global context. And therefore, evaluation against global requirements would be an appropriate approach to manage a global pandemic like the one we are managing now. So WHO guidelines go through international consultation, not only from one country, but worldwide, and we have input, and we make sure that then those inputs reflect the global situation, especially in those low and medium income countries where the resource settings are limited and may have challenges implementing, especially new technologies, so that we make sure that the new technologies can be used appropriately used in these countries. So that's why evaluation under WHO is provides a good route for access, especially in global pandemics like the one we are facing now. Next slide, please. Always regulators and evaluators have a challenge. On one side, they would like to promote health and make sure that everybody has access to quality assured products and can manage the conditions that affect their health. On the other hand, they must protect the public, also the population, against any harm that could come across, especially using new products. And as we start using innovative products that have not been used, it's important that this balance is very, very much adhered to and scientifically approached with the science to make sure that no compromise are made. If you only look at access and you don't focus on protection, you may cause harm, especially for products like vaccines that go through massive administration to almost to the entire population. On the other hand, if you overemphasize control and you are so conservative, then you may, as we may see, you may be a hindrance to access and then give room for development, the spread of the pandemic and development of variants as we are seeing that. So it's a delicate balance and it requires robustness and science to be able to strike the right balance. Next slide, please. So, one of the tools that WHO has put in place is what we call the emergency use of listing authorization. And the history is that this one was a mechanism that was developed mainly in 2014-16 during the Ebola outbreak. And it is a risk-based approach to expedite availability of health products needed in public health emergency situations. It is intended to assist interested procurement agencies and member states on the suitability of use of specific health products based on minimum available set of data for quality, safety, and performance. And by nature, because these products are still under development and more information, its approval is time limited. Having said that, there is a robust risk benefit assessment and no corners are cut, but also looking at the risk of the pandemic that we face, then that right balance is struck to make sure that access of these products is facilitated. Next slide. So looking at a high level, and I will keep it at a high level to look at the technologies that we have, the new technologies that we have. Some are established technologies, but others are new technologies. We have, we can largely group the vaccines that we are dealing with at the moment into 4 broad categories. But even as you see, that we have some subsets of those categories. We have those virus vaccines, and among those, we have those vaccines that use a weakened virus or one that is harmless, that does not cause disease, but is used as a carrier. But also we have those that are the actual virus that has been inactivated. And we have various types of these already on the market, and including those that are listed by pre-qualification and WHO under emergency use listing. Then we have viral vector vaccines, where we have those that are replicating viral vectors. That means they can replicate, but there are also those that are non-replicating viral vectors. And again, we have a number of vaccines that are on the market, including those that are under evaluation by WHO that use this level of technology. Then we have nucleic acid vaccines. Those could be DNA vaccines, but what is common and now that has been authorized are mainly RNA vaccines, and where we have already authorized vaccines that use this technology. And another technology and platform that is used in the manufacture of COVID vaccines as we speak is protein-based vaccines, and these mainly use protein subunits, but also may have virus-like particles that are used. So each of these comes with its own peculiarity. Each platform comes with its characteristics in terms of safety profile, in terms of ease of manufacture, ease of control, but also sometimes even we see differences in ability to induce, for example, immunity and duration of that immunity. But having said that, again, we see that each of these technologies could be used to produce very, very effective vaccines that are currently being used. Next slide, please. So when we look at this, we look at what challenges are there in evaluating these new technologies and what solutions they have. One of the things that I've already referred to is regulatory requirements. We have one of the problems developers face is different requirements by different countries, and in the global market like that we have now, where you have to market your products across, if you have to meet the different requirements, sometimes this may require conducting extra trials that become very expensive. That means adding cost to the product, but also may delay access. And what WHO has done that in this area, first of all, is to develop criteria for evaluation, and this has been put in the public domain. But even before that, developing target product profiles to understand that what are we looking for in a new vaccine that is being developed, so that it increases chances of meeting the need that is there. And we put, as I said, we put in place the emergency use authorizations requirements that are also on the website, and also through our committees like the expert committee on bioeco-standardization, a number of guidelines have been produced to bring harmony and international requirements that could be used and adopted and adapted by countries to facilitate evaluation of these new events. And related to that is to alignment of these regulatory requirements. So, and again, following from the same point, if again each country comes up with different requirements, it becomes a big regulatory burden for developers. And so we have been facilitating regulatory alignment under the Act A, that is the Access to COVID Tools Accelerator, the vaccine pillar called COVAX. We have what we call a regulatory advisory group, which is chaired by WHO, but has many of the regulators across the world. And I'm glad to mention here that now that I'm talking about talking to the Indian audience, the DCGI of India is represented on this regulatory advisory group. And this meets regularly to harmonize requirements across the world to make sure that the different regulatory requirements do not become a burden. We also participating in the discussion and under the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Agencies that brings together a number of over 30 leading regulators across the world that also make sure that we harmonize. And we are facilitating also various regulatory networks like in the ASEAN, where India belongs, but also in other regions of the African continent and in other South America and in the Middle East. A number of regulatory networks at the regional that we are facilitating to bring regulatory alignment and facilitate access rather than duplication of requirements that increase cost and delay access to this. And of course, we have what we call the vaccine cluster that also brings together the leading regulators across the world that actually was instrumental in, if you look at the WHO requirements for evaluation of vaccines, and you look at those of USFDA and those of EMA, you find that they are properly aligned, and thanks to the vaccine cluster that facilitated that. So having said that is to make sure that we put in place the resources to have a global assessment, and then first of all, to make sure that there is a clear prioritization mechanism and a transparent eligibility criteria, and then establishment of evaluation group. In this period, we contacted all the 6 WHO regions, and each region was requested to nominate a number of experts in the area of toxicology or non-clinical, clinical, then CMC or quality, and then also risk management plan. And these have participated in the evaluation, again bringing expertise and consideration from regions from all over the world. So starting with the international requirements, but also now bringing assessors from the different regions of the world to make sure that we assess together these innovative tools and make sure that the inputs and consideration of the different regions are put into consideration during the assessment, so that at the end, when we list a vaccine, then this is suitable for use across the world. And that, of course, we also, in addition to this assessment group, we have an independent technical advisory group that does the final risk-based analysis, and the membership, again, of the technical advisory group is on the website. And I'm glad also to say we have eminent scientists and experts from India who also participate in the technical advisory group. It does not stop here, because listing products at the on the WHO website is not the end. They must be authorized in the individual countries where they are needed and administered. And for that, we put in place various mechanisms to ensure facilitated access and authorization. I am glad to say that, although not a scientific innovation, but there was another innovation during this pandemic. Because, as you can imagine, for even the biggest multinationals who had vaccines, none of them was in position to submit dossiers simultaneously to 194 member states and support the responses from those countries in a timely manner for those countries to authorize the vaccine and use it. And this was likely to become a limiting step. And WHO, we engaged these manufacturers and agreed that, one, in addition to giving us consent to share with member states who signed confidentiality agreements our assessment and inspection reports, but they also allowed us with confidentiality agreement to share dossiers with those countries that were not able to where the applicants were not able to submit dossiers in a timely manner, so that access to dossiers and assessment report does not become a rate limiting step for access of this vaccine. And I'm glad to say that this has happened very well. As the last count, we have shared more than 500 reports with over 100 countries since the beginning of the year. And so far, no manufacturer or no country has revealed that their information has been abused, but this has resulted over 500 authorization and access to these vaccines. So another innovation, not in a scientific but regulatory initiative to ensure access to these new innovations under a pandemic situation like ours. Next slide, please. So I have touched many of these things already as I talked. The first thing was to make sure that we align the criteria targeted through the target product profile, the guidelines developed by the expert committee, and then other regulatory guidelines. Then to put in place submission requirements that included the EUL guidelines and the PQ guidelines. And including, we put in place a question and answer to answer key questions that we're getting from developers and the procurement agents and national regulatory agents to answer the key questions so that then this can help them in making their decisions. Then, of course, we invited applicants to submit, and we put guidelines for how to submit and the conditions. And then more so, we put in place guidelines for labeling and packaging. Imagine if you are labeling a product, starting from the language and content that the product that needs to go global. It's important that we harmonize our requirements. Otherwise, even different labels in themselves can cause an indirect barrier to access or a complexity to access. Then the assessment process I talked about, we brought candidates from all over the world, and also to do not only inspection, but also came up with the guidelines on lot release and the reliance on lot release, and also post-listing commitments and interaction with it. This was facilitated with interactions and agreements with different national regulatory agencies, and of course, the global assessment that we've talked about. And this finally resulted in sharing information and facilitating country access. Next slide, please. If you can click like 4 times. Again, this is yes. So this is again a semantic reflection of how the process works, starting with the dossier that is submitted an inspection site and the lot release that either through the stringent regulatory authority or assessment led by WHO, then that through reliance mechanism that goes to the country for reliance, and including post-approval facilitation. And what is important is a transparent sharing of reports, and also including the pipeline is updated weekly on the website to know what is in the on the pipeline and when is it expected to be on. So this has facilitated players to understand, predict the timelines and the process, but also for those who rely on these authorizations to know when certain products are likely to be available. Slide. So just to say, again, this is the eligibility criteria, and I will not dwell very much on that. But for EUL, it's important that this is open to, like in this case, for an outbreak or epidemic or pandemic, where there's no licensed products in place to address that. And again, of course, we must still maintain compliance with the GMP, and there must be a functional quality management system. And then, because the products are under development, there must be a commitment to continue the development and come to full pre-qualification and full licensure. Next slide. Now, this is a quick summary of products that are listed there, that are authorized around the world, but I'm also focusing, especially focusing you on those that are authorized by WHO, being Pfizer, BioNTech, AstraZeneca, Janssen, Moderna, of course, Covishield, and then we also have Sinopharm and Beijing Institute, and then Sinovac. And there, of course, there are many more in the pipeline, and that shows the dates when they were authorized, when the policy recommendations were made, and of course the various updates. Next slide, please. In summary, we have 25 COVID vaccines in the pipeline, and 12 of them have been tested, and 7 vaccines are ongoing, and that are expected, and 6 vaccines are being planned for submission. Next slide. Again, just looking at, and I will not go through this, you will get this. For each of the authorized vaccines, you will see which platform, the platforms I referred to that are being used, whether it's mRNA, whether it is vector vaccines, or whether inactivated, whether it's protein particles. All of this is highlighted. It shows, and the efficacy that was reported in the dossiers, and of course, we also look at vaccine effectiveness, especially against variants of concern. And then we also have the storage requirements for each of those vaccines, the dosage regimens, the minimum age so far, and then any additional supplement. You'll get this, but this again is information that's available on the website, and it's important to understand the uniqueness of the various platforms. Also, just to say that when we set the requirements at the beginning, before any vaccines was licensed, we all agreed with all the major agencies that the minimum efficacy that we would accept best would be 50% efficacy with a 95% confidence interval, lower bound confidence interval of 30%. But we were presently surprised, and this was based on our experience on various vaccines that was used on respiratory-related diseases and seasonal influenza, but we were presently surprised that all the vaccines that came in place without any exception were way above the 50%. So highly efficacious, and that's why I would, in fact, I get surprised when I see a lot of vaccine hesitance that the vaccines may not be effective, because most of the vaccines that, if all the vaccines that we have received here are much more effective than those that we have used, for example, in seasonal flu and previous pandemics. So people should trust indeed these vaccines. Next slide. Talking about, it's not about theory, talking about the innovative facilitation of that national authorization. For example, just to give an example here, because of that innovative approach of one global assessment led by WHO, followed by ability to share not only the dossiers, but also the reports and both inspection and assessment report, that has quickly facilitated authorization of these products in the countries. This is an example of AstraZeneca and including SII vaccine. Within 15 days of issuing the emergency use listing by WHO, 101 countries who received access to the reports authorized this vaccine. This is really remarkable, and that means innovation, not only in the development of products, but in the regulatory approaches and access can really facilitate access to these products in the pandemic like this one. Next slide, please. So there were a number of flexibilities that were put into place also, especially when most of us, including the manufacturers, were facing restrictions in movement, and also so factory workers could not get to work, and also inspectors could not get to these sites for inspection. A number of things were put in place. For example, remote real-time inspections of various studies, both for bioequivalence, vaccine size, quality control labs, and finished products manufactured. This helped continuity of access and oversight of these sites. Of course, we also, where there was reliable information, we also conducted desk reviews based on other people's inspections and reliance on work done by other mature national regulatory agencies. We also collaborated with other agencies to conduct joint inspections instead of multiple inspections. A number of joint inspections were conducted, thus reduced single inspection being a utility to many jurisdictions. And of course, we know that, for example, the public inspection reports that normally have 3 years validity, we extended them to 4 years in order not to disrupt access and supply. And of course, we continue the evaluation of the quality management system to support emergency use list. Next slide, please. So actually, this is the last slide. In short, there has been rapid development of technologies during this pandemic. We have been innovative and collaborative in the requirements and evaluation of these vaccines, but also in using the reliance mechanism. And thanks to the collaboration across the board, right from the manufacturers to regulators and member states that have made that happen, make sure that these new technologies continue to be safe, but also available to the population of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Deus. I hope we heard you right that you have had an enhancement in your role. So congratulations for that. And thank you for such an informative session. I invite Siri sir on for a Q&A session.
Thank you, Dr. Deus. It's nice to see you on IPA platform today. Up till now, we were seeing on the WHO JSS platform, so it's nice to see you on the IPA platform. There are no questions. I just want to thank you and WHO for doing the wonderful work during the pandemic and to face the such situation in very bravely. And with the vaccines now, so many are coming. And I think India has also achieved the 1 billion mark today. So that's an achievement. And thank you. Just to say thank you, I am coming. No questions. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir, once again. So now we are close to our last session now. It's been a great day so far to learn on the advancements in technology, lyophilization, and other applications in pharma industry, how technology is moving fast in the pharma industry. So the last session is a panel discussion. And the topic for discussion is use of digitization for quality and efficiency improvement in pharmaceutical operations. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed speakers for this discussion. The panel discussion will be moderated by Vamshidhar Reddy, who is a partner at McKinsey & Co. And we have the panelists, Mr. Prashant Sharma, Chief Technical Officer, Zydus Cadila, Ms. Geena Malhotra, Global Chief Technology Officer, Cipla, Mr. Rajendra Chunodkar, President Manufacturing Operations, Lupin Limited, and Mr. Vimal Manchanda, Digital Transformation Officer, Sun Pharma. We welcome you all.
Thank you, Sneha.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much.
Kenneth, can we have the, yeah, thank you, thank you.
We can't hear you. Not to me, at least.
Sorry.
Vamsi's on mute.
Yeah, maybe. Not yet, Vamsi.
It doesn't appear to be on mute in the list of participants.
Maybe it was more of a
If
digital
you have
platform.
any other audio, Vamshi, can you, any other audio device? Maybe you are having some glitches with your earphones. Can you check that, please? Thank you.
This is an appropriate start for digital.
Yes, it is indeed. No, Vamsi, sorry. We can do the role. We can do the role reversal now. We can't hear you. And we're not too good at Damshad also.
No.
Can you hear me now? Yes.
Little, very little.
Very feeble. Can you
Very
please?
feeble, yeah.
That's, I guess, because the headphones.
No, Vamshi, we are losing you. We're losing you. You're almost there.
Can you hear me now?
Very feeble.
Mr. Reddy, if you could go into the meetings tab and change your audio setting, please. Your audio and video tab, and then connect it to your earphones.
Not yet. Sorry, none of us as technology experts can help you right now. Maybe we can start discussion. Maybe we can just reconnect from where we left last time, if that is okay.
Yeah, I think that would be best.
Yeah, till time Vamshi joins us, I think it will be good to understand from each other. I mean, we had the same panel last time, just for in January, I suppose. So I think it'll be interesting to know, Gina, I'll become the moderator for some time. So how had been the journey from when we left till today? Gina, you're on mute too, I suppose.
I was trying to get Vamsi on the line. Okay, so, maybe I can start, right? Maybe let's just go around the room to get a sense of where we've reached, because we spoke about this sometime. And, but firstly, good evening to my co-panelists. And I'd like to thank IPA for actually picking up this topic once again, the second time this year. And really glad to see the kind of interest this is generating from all quarters in the pharma world. And I do believe that we are at a point where it's gaining significant momentum in adopting digital and analytics. And whether this is being triggered by a vision or productivity or cost competitiveness or regulatory or just staying relevant and future prepared. I do think that as we've seen, the digital analytics is allowing us to stand back and get the big picture, right? And see what's working, what is not working overall for the strategy. And it's important, and the importance of, I would say, digital analytics is that it allows us to take data-driven approach to all our operations and definitely produce much better results. So I think that what I'd like to say is that at Cipla, we've been at a journey to adopt digital and analytics to embed a new way of working in operations for the last several years. And last time I did share about a bold aspiration to create plants of the future within Cipla, which will have interconnected and automated operations that can deliver a new horizon of performance in manufacturing and supply chain. And it'll also enable data-driven decision-making and enhance performance through rapid deployment of Industry 4.0 use cases. So while we've been on this journey ourselves for over 5 years, over the last year, we've been able to significantly accelerate this journey to unlock our performance because of all the investments that that we had done in the foundations. And we've started to leverage data and analytics to make our core operations more robust. Like, for example, we've shifted to paperless operations in some of our select sites. And in these select sites, we've seen that the manual entries have been reduced to 70 to 80% by elimination of paper-based processes, whether it's in e-logs or eBMR. And then there has been this enhancement of end-to-end performance on our top products, where we found a 2x improvement in our process capability. And we saw improvement in our machine efficiencies in prioritized areas. So it's reduced cycle time. It's eliminated machine downtimes for critical process equipment. We've also started working to enhance our ESG and environment sustainability aspiration of achieving net zero by using digital analytics and automation interventions. And this is by having an end-to-end visibility on energy consumption and carbon footprint through deployment of utility management systems, and optimization of consumption of critical equipment through targeted advanced analytic engines. So we're now beginning to really reimagine our operating model on the shop floor towards achieving touchless operations in pharma manufacturing. And we started to reduce operator dependence by upgrading our manufacturing technology towards greater automation adoption across our manufacturing network. And lastly, we made a significant progress on what I call is one of the biggest enablers for this journey is to build a digitally native operations organization with inducting new roles such as data scientists, data engineers, and tech experts as a part of our people and workforce fabric.
Great. I think I still remember the wonderful presentation that you gave last time. It was very nice slides that you created on how the digital journey within Shipla was there. So great. So I will talk to you later. So Prashant, why don't you share your views on how the journey had been from Jan till date?
Thank you. So I think Geena already mentioned the context, and she beautifully put it. The way I look at it is most of us, our journey of digitalization began per force, thanks to the regulatory agencies' push. And we obviously confuse some of us. I mean, I'll speak for myself. Digitalization with the QC QA initiatives initially, right? So it was basically putting the groundwork in place for compliance. And somewhere it complicated the way we were doing things while simplifying it in bits. So there were two worlds getting created: a more complex world, and also a good compliant world wherein data integrity was assured, so on and so forth. Right? As we were doing that, we are also creating two sets of talent within the organization. One which viewed this with suspicion, what does it do to my job? And also people who were definitely going to left behind in this journey, but also people, importantly, who were catching up very fast and understanding this is the future. Now, even the second progression was that pharma, which was, and which still is, a laggard in efficiency. If you look at industry like an automobile or FMCG, we are still miles away. A change typically would take 100 years in pharma to get triggered. And most, you talk of a software and the entire CSV and validation and every qualification scares most of us out of these initiatives. So, but on a serious note, so we were driven more. The second goal was really, after compliance, chasing efficiency, right? So again, it was more around efficiency. Now, when we were doing this, we were trying to do this in bits and pieces. So we interestingly spoke to amongst the top 3 IT organizations in the country for a partnership, but we realized that either they were not truly interested in pharma, or we were too small for them, or they were too big for us, whatever, right? It didn't work out. Although we did collaborate with one of them on an energy management solution. Right? They did deliver it, not world class, and but the cost was world class. So we realized that we will have to look at different set of partnerships to get this going. We were also working with smaller organizations, startups on AR, VR, etc., where we began to get some success. We also chose a dashboard management program with again a vendor, but the choice of the location, Sikkim, was not correct. And we did it because we wanted to work it out in an India market-centric manufacturing plan. But there were learnings to be had, not very expensive, but important learnings. And then we realized that the goal that we wanted to take as we went to digital was how to simplify the life of the operator and the shop. I think that is the single-minded focus that we have, simplifying the life of the shop, whether it's that of an analyst, whether that it's that of a supervisor or an operator. And all the solutions that we're trying to chase are solutions around this. How can we investigate quicker and faster? Because most of the work is being done below, and then we have 1,000 layers of reviewers trying to add value to what could have been better if the operators and analysts were better enabled with digital solutions. Similarly, dashboards are more around the operators and the top floor managers and the corporate. There's a certain issue.
I think Vamshi, your speaker is on. Please.
Yeah.
This looks like one of those marriage functions.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Vamshi, yes.
Okay.
Vamshi, we can hear you and we can hear us back as well. So it's 1 + 1 free. So.
Okay, am I still audible now?
You are audible. Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Hey, sorry, Prashant, why don't you complete? Been fairly eventful, but why don't you complete?
So this is almost how our first phase of digitalization looked like. Vamshi demonstrated that very well. And then eventually, we realized that like we said, the purpose was to really improve the life of the shop floor. And our first learning was that when the dashboards, for example, we were putting them in the URS, I think I've shared this once, they were largely centered around me and my direct reports. And we realized that operators would start fearing, what does it mean? Is the organization trying to monitor every move that we do, every mistake that we make, etc.? So the cultural aspect had to be dealt with first. And operators had to give in confidence that, listen, this is not a snooping tool. This is not going to chase you hour to hour, but this is more around helping you take better decisions and also get help, for example, from your engineering colleagues or QA colleagues for better, quicker line clearance. So we have chosen a journey of some 11 digital initiatives, let's say, and now we are working to put them together. And I'll speak more about it in the next sessions, but I'm looking forward to this journey being put together.
Thank you, Prashant. Thank you for sharing. You can now hear me, right?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. I've now also connected from the phone, so I'm not sure what happened, but thank you for bearing with it. So much for a digital analytics transformation. How could it not be a technology glitch? And thank you, Vimal, for holding the fort. Maybe Rajendra, you want to go next, right? And share your opening remarks on how your journey has been.
Yeah, thank you, Vamsi, and thanks IPA, for giving this opportunity to talk on the digital analytics, and also thank my co-panelists for sharing their views. So after, we talked in the month of February, in the Lupin, we have done, a lot of things in last 8 months. In the month of March, we started a digital analytics project in Lupin, which was ADAPT, Accelerated Digital and Analytics Performance Transformation. And we started with working with a global consultant who has experience of implementing it in pharma organizations. We started working at one API site and one formulation site. In the month of August, we added one more formulation site. So currently we are working with almost 25 use cases across these 3 sites. And the theme of all these use cases is have the improvements in the efficiency, improving the cost, improving the throughput, how quickly we can turn around the project, how we can improve the quality attributes of our product. And some of the use cases, I will just, try to explain. One is say digital twin or the yield improvements. What is that short band in which I operate to maximize my yield? Using advanced analytics to increase my throughputs. Again, we are using digital twin for dynamic QC scheduling and allocation of new series. Also, we are working on the process capability improvement for the fused product. Also, we are working on the predictive maintenance, reducing the breakdowns, optimizing the utility consumption, with the current fuel price hikes. Very important that we start working on the optimizing utility consumption. Also, augmented reality-based reduction in the changeover times. Advanced analytics for reducing the machine setting times, reducing the microstoppages in various lines. Augmented based, complex analytical testing, which we do, how I can use the augmented reality. How I can use the digital twin on the production scheduling. How I can use the gamified, learnings, create the interest. And also on the advanced analytics for finding the root cause. So what has happened from the month of March in all these use cases has been, you require a lot of data collection to start doing the data analysis. And most of our data has been in the paper form. So converting them into a digital has been a marathon exercise for a couple of months. And then, looking for all these hardware changes in terms of PLC upgradation, some of the SCADA changes, a lot of sensors, new centers, then the IoT platforms we had put up. So all this is, I'm very happy that all the procurement part is now over. Some of the deliveries are happening. And then basically all the installation and then finally the data collection analytics will happen. And we are looking at somewhere, February for the first wave of, all these use cases to get completed. And monitoring the benefits from them will be another next phase. That's the journey we are going through. And then what is important in all this journey is that the hardware, capex is already done. How do we have different waves of use cases to get the maximum benefit from this? That's what we have done in last 7-8 months.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajendra, for sharing this, the details of some of the use cases you have been deploying. Very inspiring. Vimal, over to you next.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you again, IPA. And good to meet the panel again. So I think most of things are covered because when we talk about where the industry we are in, I will not repeat the various initiatives, but from Sun perspective, there are 2 things that we focus on. One is the optimization of the digital landscape that we have, and second is transformation of what we have to, aspire to go to. So last 7-8 months, our focus more had been on optimization, wherein we're trying to look at building the layer on the MDM because that's the biggest connecting channel between various systems. As Prashantji shared and also Gini touched upon on how do we bring in the paperless because the power of getting the leaf level data into the system empowers us to really look at what and how we have to improve. Because if you look at any digital strategy that we have, so one is how it can help us get into the digital revenue stream, where it has been used to give a different business model for revenue generation, which we call transformation kind of projects, or even how do we go do the connect with the customer or the customer experience. Again, this is more of a transformation. But when we talk about the optimization, when we talk about operational efficiencies, when we talk about asset utilization, so when we talk about risk containment, all these things are very, very crucial for us. And within Sun Global, we've been working on various projects on both the sides. And we have chosen few of the, I'll say, golden plants where we are implementing these so that we can see results and replicate them. And we have seen significant release, both in terms of capacity release, both in terms of how we have reduced the vulnerability on data issues, because everything is getting online with a lot of controls in place. May that be the complete batch control, may that be the digital logbooks or the EBMRs, or data acquisition from various instruments and machines. So things have been pretty exciting, and yeah, we are on the job on getting into the next level, which will set our base for the prescriptive and predictive. But I think a little time to reach there.
Got it. Thank you, Vimal, and thank you everyone for sharing your overall journey. The first theme I wanted to explore with this group was what are some of the challenges as you went through in your digital analytics journeys, the challenges you faced, but more importantly, I think focusing on some of the solutions you've applied to overcome these challenges. That's the first theme I wanted to explore. But before that, right, as a bit of a context, as we speak to some of the industry veterans, they question the pace at which the change is happening, right? Be it, is there a real burning platform in pharma? So because as we look at it, of course, there is a lot of effort that's happening, right? On the digital analytics front, there are a lot of pharma companies embarking on it. But if you look at some of the milestones, right? For example, as of today, World Economic Forum has approved close to 90 manufacturing lighthouses, out of which only 4 are from pharma sector. So in that context, my first question I wanted to direct to both you, Rajendra, and Prashant, as to what are, in this journey, what are some of the challenges you have seen through, right, in your digital analytics journey in operation? And more importantly, what are some of the solutions you've applied to overcome these challenges? Over to you, Rajendra.
Yeah, I think I will talk about our ADOP project when we started in the month of March. And unfortunately, the major challenge we faced was the COVID wave 2, which hit us India as well as our manufacturing sites. So there were it slowed down for a couple of months, but afterwards we have picked up. So that was one of the first challenge which we have to face. And the second challenge, today what we are facing and the world is facing is on the silicon and the chips issues. There is a supply chain issue on the electronics part, and the lead times have increased, the cost have increased. So the solution for that has to be there in terms of budgeting the schedule as well as the project cost. You can't do much about the delays which are happening on the deliveries, the cost which has increased. But that's what you have to factor in when you are talking about the capital expenditure and the schedule of your projects. Also, we have to keep in mind that the success rate, whenever we talk about the benefits what we are going to have from this, is sometimes 60 to 70%. To have that patience and so that if you are going to work on, say, looking at the benefits at, say, 10 use cases, you better start with 15, so that you are at least assured of what the ultimate objective you have on those benefits. Another major change, another challenge which we are facing and everyone faces whenever such type of programs are there, especially digital, the fear factor is there. There is a change management issue. There is a resistance to change. The people will always say easy with their own activities. There will be regulatory and compliance issue. This digital is not going to help me in my function. It may be helpful to you. So how do you take care of these attitude changes? So that's where what is important is to have a great communications, you are supposed to, have the rewards and recognition. There should be aspiration, in the people that I want to work on this project. My function should be benefiting from this. There has to be a celebration of the quick wins. Like in our company, Lupin, we are doing the weekly spearcom on this, and the top management is sitting on that. We should have a dedicated structure to take care of this issues of the change management. The people who are dedicated to work on this project, we have to see that their day-to-day workload is reduced so that they can concentrate on this project, because you require that dedicated effort for this. And so these are the main challenges and the solution themes, what I felt we have done in the.
Got it. Thank you, Rajendra, and fully agree that change management, while there are a bunch of other technical things, change management still continues to be one of the big themes, right, that you have to drive to make this adapt at scale. Prashant, over to you for your reaction.
Yeah, so I'll try to build on all the points Rajendra very correctly pointed out. The only thing is, I wish you luck if you're going to, instead of 10, going to get a budget approval for 15 or 50. I don't know what you said, so all the best to you. I think number one, it's like building a URS for, if I want to buy an aircraft, right, an A380. It's like trying to build a URS for an aircraft. You're trying to imagine something which you've never used, and use as in you've flown in it, but you've not really, you don't fully understand an aircraft, right? So how do you write an URS for an aircraft? Digital is, for most formats, very similar, right? So I think the first concept was to visualize the use cases most relevant. When I hear the panel here, what I realize is most consultants have managed to slip the same use cases to almost everybody. And perhaps we should collectively sit and negotiate with the same set of vendors, rather than all of us choosing different vendors and making us guinea pigs. Talking of guinea pigs, I think also what I realize is consultants are also using us as guinea pigs. And I see this in a very serious note, right? What I mean is, I don't think consultants themselves are fully ready and understand, right? They have implemented one White House, lighthouse, something, whatever you call it, right? Somewhere in the globe, and you keep tom-tomming it around, right? So, and when the real talent comes on the ground, right? There is a lack of understanding of depth of complexity which will unfold, and then we are all learning together. So, and we're making mistakes together, and therefore timelines will stretch. That's a challenge that we face, and we are facing, that nobody fully understands the beast that we're buying, and then obviously consultants sell this story, and they build this lighthouse somewhere in the globe. That lighthouse also is actually a half-baked lighthouse, so the ones that we have seen, and that story is being sold, right? Now the third is the OT and the IT layer. Most pharma big plants are zoos, museums of variety of machinery, and somebody will call it PLC class 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, Z, whatever, right? What it means is these machines don't want to talk to each other. They don't want to talk to us. And we're trying to get these machines to talk to us, in the so-called OT layer. And then the OEMs, some of them, they charge a packet to let you, pull out some information from these machines. And some of these OEMs don't no longer support these models. So this is a complexity, which is a very real world complexity. You struggle with it, and then you take calls. Okay, which machine will I pull out what data from, etc., etc., etc. And that it actually becomes very expensive. For sometimes, the ports that we receive for these machines to talk to, some port somewhere. You might as well buy a new machine. So that's a challenge that we're facing. The plant's readiness in terms of communication backbones, whether it's a Wi-Fi availability throughout, and for us, drilling a hole in a process room means taking a shutdown and getting line clearance. So that obviously adds on to the tactical complication. So these are things that you have to do once, but these are complicated ones, and so most, I don't know how many plants truly are ready for the basic communication, right? I'm talking of the old plants. The new plants mostly are ready. They have foreseen that in the design itself. But all of us have generations of plants. We have generation 1 and generation 10th plant, both. I mean, all, right? It's the entire spectrum. So these are the things. So other is talent. I mean, we had somebody join us in digitally, and the person I believe was overwhelmed with the complexity that he had to face. I mean, he scooted in 3 months or 4 months, right? Because I believe it takes a very mature head to understand the complexity that a pharma organization poses. They're not a very simple setup, right? There's an equipment complexity, a variety of equipments, right? You have to deal with multiple vendors. The talent is not fully ready. The shop floor people are still learning how to navigate digitally, how to use tough books or right. So those are things which, and people will make mistakes, on and so forth, right? So talent availability for this is again a challenge. We're talking of data scientists and data engineers, but truly the challenge that we will see in a few years is how many data scientists and data engineers will truly want to make a living in a pharma organization forever, right? So the projects will get over and they will say, okay, I've learned what I had to, I'll move on, right? So will we be able to retain this talent in what would be non-core for them, right? So McKinsey would have money to buy a quantum black, right? But we cannot buy these data organizations outright and say, okay, we are buying one. So that is the next challenge that we foresee for us. These are what are the solutions? I think solutions, nothing. I mean, in sense, we have to learn the hard way together, and we have to get reconciled to the fact that the consultants are also learning. You can call them global consultants, Indian consultants, universe consultants, whatever. So the learning will happen together. Nobody has the talent ready. Most of these tools, I can promise you, Rajendra, you will see, will be you or I or Cipla or Sun will be the guinea pigs in one of these tools, right? So somewhere I think there's a scope for all the pharma companies to actually come together beyond such platforms and actually exchange notes and be able to perhaps strike contracts with these OEMs, equipment manufacturers on how to simplify our lives. I think there's a huge scope of partnership which exists for all of us. So that's for me one solution. Let us all come together, partner, and make life simple. Because largely this is not I mean, we are all doing the same thing, right? So there's no competitive edge now. So yeah, I can share my solution, my digital initiatives with you, Rajan, basically a copy paste of what you shared. So that is one solution. The second solution is working again with the hardware vendors who have done it at least one plant. So then the replication at other organizations, plants become easier. And that's going to be a big, I think, roadmap for all of us to get the equipment ready to talk to the OT. So these are the top of my mind things, and rest everything obviously is change management. It's common for all of us.
No, very rightly said, Prashant, right? I would say, and thank you for sharing some of the practitioner inputs, right, and on the ground challenges. So thank you. You touched upon talent, right? And in fact, that was incidentally the second theme I wanted to explore. Talent management has always been an important theme, right? Wherever we do, it has become even more important in the COVID times. It's one of the critical enablers, right? As you go on digital analytics transformation, and one of the fundamental things you need to get right to make any of the digital transformation successful. In that context, I wanted to address my next question to Vimal and Gina, right? As you've given the importance of the talent management for digital transformations, how are you thinking about your overall talent strategy in your respective organizations, be it recruiting new roles, how do you plan for retention, capability building of existing roles? Over to you, Gina.
Okay. Vamsi, actually, I quite agree with some of the things that Prashant brought out on talent and whether this talent is available, right? And the matter of fact is that it may not be available, and that's why it is about. I think it's a very critical area where we need to be developing these digitally native, digitally native organization. And I've seen, as Prashant is saying, that many organizations are struggling with it, right? So there are really two aspects that have to be addressed in terms of talent management to truly embrace a digital and analytics enabled way of working. The first is, of course, onboarding new capabilities to handle and analyze this big data. Because traditionally in pharma, this is not part of a core DNA, right? And so today when we talk about data scientists, right, who will actually perform the advanced statistical analysis and computing to identify trends and insights of what we were historically unable to do. And equally, onboarding data engineers who can now integrate and manage complex data pipelines across different IT and OT data sources. So, any company wanting to embark on this will have to build this capability, and will also have to upskill the current workforce in terms of how to lead the transformation, how to leverage data in solving operations. So at Cipla, what we did was we actually embarked on both, right? We made a significant progress in this area. And I will tell you that onboarding new skills and capabilities has not been easy, right? And even for our organization, because traditionally they're geared to recruit a very different breed of individuals with very different experience and career trajectories, right? And internal systems have very little experience in even hiring this kind of a pool. So, and particularly as we see that globally there's such a rise in digital and analytics adoption, that this talent pool is in high demand across industries as well. So over the last year, what we did was we set up a dedicated DNA center of excellence, right? And we comprised of about hired about 10 data scientists and engineers that were focused on driving this transformation. And even when you look at this, even after you have recruited them, I think the second big challenge is retention of the center of excellence. And because while we all talk about recruitment of this new talent, it is equally important that we focus and keep this talent very energized and motivated over a period of time, ensuring exciting work for them, right? It's very critical that they're continuously excited, they're intellectually challenged, because this is a very different young population, and have an energizing culture around it, right? Because this talent does not recognize the traditional functional silos, and they just can't thrive in a hierarchical team, right? So it's very important that for operations to ensure that these teams are working, are empowered, and they're working in very diverse and inclusive teams. So I would say that, if anyone's thinking about onboarding similar talent in your respective organizations, it's very important that you design, align, and communicate a very, very clear value proposition. Source and interview at least 3x or 10x of what you need, right? Because the drop rate is really high, even as you're beginning to source. And leverage, strong technical assessment and interviewing expertise, because again, historically for us to evaluate the proficiencies of these candidates is very limited, because there's not so much experience. So I would say consider onboarding external partners to help you even in the interviews, and of course, demonstrate leadership commitment, because senior management should engage with promising candidates, to reinforce this value proposition. So that's how we've been trying, but I completely agree with the comments that Prashant made, that it is not easy to get and hire and retain them. But this is something that senior management has to keep working on it.
Thank you, Gina. And I very pertinent, right? And I fully agree with the dual lens you talked about, right? Be it both are equally important, recruiting new talent as well as upskilling the existing talent. So fully aligned on that. Vimal, over to you.
Yeah, I think Gina mostly covered. And as Prashantji said, we all said in the same boat. So whatever challenges one person has, we all have. But Look, digital journeys cannot be taken forward without the right skill set and talent. That is not that it is only the IT people who are responsible for this. Because when we talk about the journeys, digital analytics journeys, functions play a very, very vital role. And we are not equipping ourselves, but we are actually bringing their competency and skills level much, much higher. So what we normally do, or what we're trying to improvise ourselves as we go day by day, there are, one is, building these training capsules for the people for different roles, how they can get into these training life cycles within the contents that we keep building, both on technology front and how the two in the box concept works for the digital and function perspective. How they can really look at a role enhancement within the organization by adopting these things. Right? So it is not necessary that if I've hired these, look, we are not an IT company. So unless we have a critical mass, we'll not be able to retain them anyways, no matter what we do. But it is important that if we are able to build a career roadmap for them, if you are able to show them that how they can build their role enhancement as they move forward in a very, very transparent way, what Gina said. You have to be very transparent. And we have to keep bringing new challenge, because if I'm a hardcore techie, I need technical challenges along with whatever perks I need, right? So if these technical challenges are visible, they are well monitored, and they are well mentored, not everybody will stay, but most of them will stay. And equally, we should empower our function team, the business users, because they are the people who carry this forward. So if I'm building a very beautiful looking analytics dashboard, it is also important that they understand how to consume it. And that consumption also uplifts their learning skills. And they have to be involved during the entire journey, because if AIT comes up with their own fancy looking dashboard, it will never be adopted. Right? So bringing them to in a box concept, taking them also as part of the journey keeps the excitement on. And wherever we think that we are not reaching the critical mass, we should always get over with a partner, because for us, then the deliverable matters. Face behind the deliver doesn't really matter.
Thank you, Vimal. And thank you for sharing some of the ideas, right, on nuances on how to think about retention, because that's, as all of you said, right, is one of the core challenges. Hiring is a challenge, but I think retaining is an even bigger challenge. So thank you for sharing the ideas. And then moving on, right, as a theme number 3, I wanted to quickly touch upon cyber security. As we've now started connecting some of these legacy equipment, right, and we're integrating the OT and IT layers, on one hand, it's fantastic, right? It's now creating a lot of transparency on data and the power of harnessing the data to drive decision making. But at the same time, as you are now connecting your equipment, which was pretty isolated all the way to your data lake, it's coming with its own set of risks, right? Especially on the cyber security front. So, Vimal, this is a question for you. As companies think of this digital and analytics transformations in operation, what are some of the big cybersecurity risks that they should keep in mind? And also, how should they go about securing this, right, so that they are able to address this issue?
Look, we all are social animals, right? And the biggest risk to us is social engineering. More than 1/3 of the vulnerable, whatever things come to us, comes through the social engineering kind of threats. Now, what is this? This is nothing but the attackers understanding our behavior and trying to take these psychological thoughts of ours and penetrate into our systems. May that be a mobile phone on social network that we work, our office equipment, anything like that. So it's a very most critical thing that we all as laymen or IT experts or business users need to understand. So this social engineering, may that come through phishing or whatever method they will follow, they have a very cute life cycle. So they will first observe us as whom we have to be attacked. Then they will try to establish a connect with us. Now this establishment of connect happens to trusted looking sites or emails, IDs and all that stuff. And play with our psychological comfort zone when we know that, okay, I keep looking at these kind of websites or emails, I click and there it goes. So now for us, nothing, there is, when we say 100% security, it doesn't exist, right? It is just like we are walking on the road or I am having my purse in my pocket. I have to be careful myself that I'm not, I don't get hit by any coming vehicle or my pickpocket doesn't happen. So I have to secure myself. Now secure if I have to cross a road, I have to understand what my zebra crossing is and all that stuff. That means awareness is critical. Now awareness at all the fronts, from people who especially are working on the computer, right? From an executive to a trainee to the senior management, they all have to understand a good mail and a bad mail. And how do we keep building that awareness is very, very critical. And when we talk about legacy machine getting connected, it's even worse, because when we talk about OT is not easy, because a legacy machine, if I have to do a patch, it may stop the machine, right? Because the system which is inside the operating or whatever PLC programming, if I have to do a patch update, it might even stop my machine, right? So one side I want to do an end-to-end data acquisition, on the other side, there are two machines in between, I can't acquire data. But even if I bring them to the network, then there's a vulnerability, right? So it is important to be very clear on what I will hide and what I will show. Earlier we used to say I have nothing to hide. Now I say we have lots to hide. And this OT thing is very, very critical, because if I have to have a supplier to come and do a patch update, it has to run through the entire process of validation before it is brought back, because there's high vulnerability of opening up the other things. And how we can prevent it, there is no single line statement, but we have to keep looking at the layers. How do we bring in different lines between the system? How do we not ensure that it's two-way communication or one-way communication of data? How do we keep bringing the awareness between the user group, which is most critical stuff in the whole play? I hope I answered your question.
No, absolutely. Thank you, Vimal. And this is a topic which will continue to get a lot more traction. So this will not be the last time, but thank you so much for sharing very helpful insights into this. The last thing I wanted to touch upon in terms of advice, but before I go there, maybe just a quick thought for the audience. If there are any questions you have for the panel, please let it come to the IPA team, and they have to promise me that there is a way they are going to get it to me on chat. So please keep the questions coming. We promise to take at least one or two questions, right, at the end of the panel. In terms of the last theme I wanted to touch upon was what could be the advice, right, to other companies as they think about embarking on this transformation? So we had recently surveyed close to 1,100 plus respondents, right, from companies who have undergone these digital transformations. Out of them, 70% mentioned that they believe their digital transformations have stalled. And when we ask why, the respondents feel that the transformations had stalled. 60% of them believe it has because of the reasons which are under control of the organization, right? Be it the organization-wide alignment, be it the adequate resourcing. So these transformations are tough, right? And you guys, all of you are embarked on these transformations. So as you reflect on your journey and some of the learnings you had along the way, what would be your advice to other pharma companies which are thinking of embarking on these transformations? We'll go around the room for this in the order of maybe Prashant, Rajendra, Vimal, and Geena. Starting with you, Prashant.
So I think begin by visiting an actual success story. Talk to the people, understand. That would be the first advice, right? Learn from your peer companies. Talk to them, understand, right? That would be my first advice. Then rely on consultants or intermediaries who know, what others are doing. So that would be my first advice. The second would be, I think, look at the relevance of the business cases or the use cases to your organization, right? And don't go for one of those Bombay thalis, which serve you 70 dishes, 100 dishes, right? And eventually, you can only have few, right? So, and then you are paying for everything, right? So avoid that. Go for a good a la carte and choose a good partner. You will need a partner, I agree, but choose somebody with demonstrated success in India and global use cases are, in my mind, of extremely limited relevance. I can say also not relevant. So Indian success stories, whether it's an FMCG, it's a big C, eventually in the OT layer, the capability of the equipment, whether it's a Banbury machine at a tire company or a packing line in FMCG or your packing line in a pharma, right? Basically, it's a machine talking to your OT layer, right? So that experience or experiential learning is common. So it's important to have a partner who has done that in the Indian context, wherein the capex cycles or the product equipment life cycle management is very different than that abroad. So that is another learning. So, and also I think enough has been said. Talent, keep an eye on the talent. Be ready to lose talent. We'll be all poaching each other's talent very soon over the next couple of years. So I think so yes, have buffers in place because very few people, but also I think we'll have to go outside the pharma industry to pick up talent. That is something which I would again want us to suggest, that go out to the pharma industry. There are good data scientists available outside the pharma domain. Their skill sets are there. And Gina raised a very important point. I think I just want to amplify the point that she made, is that interviewing skills, you may not even know what question to ask these young nerds and geeks, right? So, but we will obviously have to look smart in the interview. So that's the challenge. So figure out how, outsource the interviewing if needed, and get the right talent.
Thank you, Prashant. Rajendra, over to you.
Yeah, I think that today the environment, what we are, pharma generic, the prices are dropping like anything. The raw material prices, the fuel prices are increasing. The margins are getting shrunk. There is tremendous pressure, to work on the efficiency on the manufacturing side. And that's why we see that, majority of the avenues what we have for improvement are, we have already, exhausted those avenues. So what we are now anyway looking at is the digital and analytics, how it can help us to improve our efficiency. So my definite advice, to industries is that we should really take it up, but, take it with a pinch of salt. Start only at one site. Try to restrict the number of areas, number of equipments which you want to upgrade. Try to concentrate your use cases, business cases on that part of the facility. And then, so basically, instead of running it very, very thin, try to go depth in those areas. And what is also important is that by the top management time as well as the cost commitment before starting, and have patience for the results and success. You will ultimately get the results. You will ultimately milk all the capex which you have, but it will take some time. Thanks.
Thank you, Rajendra. Thank you for sharing. Vimal, over to you next.
Yeah, look, my advice would be that don't run after transformation unless you have reached optimization. Why 70% companies, what you were sharing, their digital journey has put on hold or stalled? Maybe because it didn't have a direction on what is the objective of that initiative. It's very important for us to understand whatever digital initiative we are taking, what are we trying to achieve out of it? Is it bringing my top line? Is it adding to my bottom line? Is it adding to my strengthening on the compliances, or is it actually putting my risk mitigation in place? If there is any fifth quadrant, I will think twice on investment. But if it is adding to these four corners, it is important that we draw out what is the business benefit it's going to be generating. What is the TCO for next 5 years why I put this project? We should not be into a race of this. It is not required. But it is very critical that, there's a lot of things where things work for me might not work for you, right? So most of the time we get excited about, look, these guys did this and this guy did that. Like what Prashant you was saying, White House or Lighthouse, whatever that was. So it is important for us to understand what works for me. What do I need? Am I ready? Are my prerequisites in place? If I want to get into a digital journey, is my basic foundation or basic fundamental data connects, is it available? Is my user base skilled to even adopt it? Because if I just try to touch the end objective without looking at the prerequisites and the competencies, I will fail. And if I have not really done the business benefit analysis, I may have a bigger picture. I have to draw out milestone, right? The bigger picture is what I want to be next 5 years. What are my aspirations? But 1 year plan or 2 year plan or 6 weeks plan or 8 weeks plan ultimately has to drive on what I want to achieve and how is it bringing the business benefits. If we can really work on this aspect, I think our adoption will become much, much swift and sustainable.
Start with business outcomes and then work backwards. Fully agree, Vimal, right? Thank you for sharing your insights. Gina, over to you next.
So I think very similar comments like Prashant, Vimal, and Rajendra have made, right? And I think that if I were to pick up some of the critical ones that really stand out for me, for people who would like, organizations that would like to walk this path, the first is it starts with your vision, right? So as you think about such efforts, irrespective of whether you're a small organization or large organization, if you restrict yourself to only making incremental changes, then the current ways of thinking and working in operations will never truly transform. And the second is that actually, when we talk about digital and analytics, I mean, that's exactly the purpose of you digitize all of it, you do the analytics on it, it will help you optimize and your processes, right? And I do believe that data availability is not an unsurmountable issue. There is enough data in the existing systems that we are actually not utilizing to the fullest. Like if you take the simplest of the batch records, for example, or the BMRs, if they are digitized and analyzed with advanced algorithms, it doesn't take too long. It'll take a couple of weeks or a quarter perhaps to make very sharp recommendations on your product robustness. The third I would say is that do not invest for the sake of technology, right? Because this investment is definitely not inexpensive. So and as Vimal said, you have to have a very strong value-backed view with such a kind of an investment. And the last I would say is failing is not a bad thing, right? It's actually a learning step. But you have to ensure that you fail fast. And so agile learning and failing cycles are core to this digital transformation. And this will ensure that the digital and analytics adoption is both user-friendly and fit for purpose. So I'd actually like to end by saying that all of us on this panel here, right? And I'd like to thank my panelists as well. Several of us are actually trying to lead this change of digital and analytics and automation adoption for the pharma industry. And where I see is that we are at a tipping point in our evolution as an industry. And this is something that can truly unlock the next S-curve of performance for Indian pharma. So I strongly believe that this will become an imperative for pharma operations, right? And I do hope that, the audience that's listening to the pros and cons that we've discussed over the last hour, you do get inspired from what we've shared today and consider embarking on similar journeys, irrespective of the context, because this journey is really, very exciting, very energizing. And at the end of the day, it surprises you with the amount of analytics that comes through and the opportunities that are there.
Super. Thank you so much, Geena. And I really like all the four, I think, points you made, right, in terms of learnings and advisors. I understand from IPA team, there are no questions from the audience. So before we wrap up, really like to thank all the panelists. It was incredible to hear from you, all your inspiring stories, the ups and downs, the learnings. Hope the audience found it very helpful and have something very tangible to take away, right, in terms of as they think about their own journeys. Thank you once again, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I thank each of the panelists, and thank you, Vamshi, for moderating it well, even though it was a little late. It was really the insights are really valuable. I mean, it's not only what is available, but the practical challenges at the floor, shop floor, what we see, and the security aspects. It's been really very, very enriching. Thank you so much. So with this, we come to the end of day 2 of our Advanced GMP Workshop 2021. And I hope these sessions have been very, very useful for everybody. I would like to remind every one of you to provide your valuable feedback, which is there in the feedback form, which is linked on the microsite. We'll also be sending each participant an email with the link to provide their feedback. On behalf of IPA, I would like to thank each one of you for taking out time to attend this forum. We hope to see you all tomorrow at 4 p.m. India time for the final day of the workshop. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening.